Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Friday. We are back, and we are going to be taking a look, before we do much of anything else, we're going to be taking a look at the Nintendo Direct. Apparently, it's only about an hour or so, maybe a little over an hour, so it shouldn't be too bad, but, yeah, we will see. We will absolutely see. So yeah, we might as well just get into it. It's been a week. Let's just put it that way. It's definitely been a week for sure, and let's focus on fucking video games. Let's just do that, please. You know what I mean? Let's just focus on video games and having fun and shit, because God damn, let's face it, it's been a rough one. Ooh, actually, hang on one second. I do have to do a thing. Otherwise, it's going to fuck up, because OBS has been a bastard these last couple days, and I don't know why. Okay. Good. There we go. So let's see what they got to do, and what they have to say. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't this year kind of feel like we have had a crap load of directs and nexts and summer game fests and states of play, and it like more so exponentially than last year? Or is it just me? Fafo, what's going on, buddy?
Hello, I'm Shigeru Miyamoto. We'll start today's Nintendo Direct with the Super Mario Bros. 40th anniversary.
Oh,
Tomorrow,
lovely.
September 13th marks 40 years since the launch of Super Mario Bros. In Japan. We got here because so many people have played. Thank you all very much. The Mario games have been supported by evolutions in digital technology and gaming consoles. Additionally, Mario has taken on many different designs in the artwork. At the Nintendo Museum, which opened in Kyoto last year, we've created an art gallery that displays character illustrations drawn during the development of different games. There are also illustrations and pixel art from the Mario series. Also, from now through next September, the ticket for admission will change to the design shown here. And starting this December, we're planning a 40th anniversary light display. You'll still need a reservation to enter the museum, but we hope those visiting will check it out. On top of that, earlier in May, following Japan and Hollywood, we opened the third Super Nintendo World theme park at Universal Epic Universe in Orlando, Florida.
Jesus.
We hope you can experience the world of Super Mario in real life. Next is more news about Kyoto. We'll be supporting the Kyoto Marathon, which will take place next February. Since its inception in 1985, the Super Mario series has been running for 40 years, thanks to everyone's support. But this time, Mario himself will be cheering on the runners. This is the race bib that the runners will wear, which has the Nintendo logo on it. We'll be supporting in other ways as well. If you're interested in marathons, why not take the opportunity to run through Kyoto? Also, coming next spring, please take a look at this.
Uh-oh. Okay. Now, before we get into this, do we think this is going to be a new Mario game? Not like Mario Kart or like any of the offshoots, but actual Mario game? Or is this going to be a new Mario movie? What do you think? Movie, maybe? I mean, granted, this is literally the first frame. I think I'm gonna have to go with movie as well. This looks like a movie. There it is. The Super Mario Galaxy movie. Oh boy. Also, before Mr. Miyamoto says any more, has there ever actually been a game where we've seen Mario do any sort of actual plumber work? I don't think there has been. I know he's always listed as a plumber, but I think other than the Super Mario Brothers movie in like 1993 or 94, we've literally never seen Mario work as a plumber ever. Aylin, how you doing?
The name of the new movie that Nintendo and Illumination are producing together is the Super Mario Galaxy movie. What kinds of adventures do you think Mario and his friends will have in space?
Oh, that's easy. It's Chris Pratt with an ensemble cast who don't mean much, and it's probably going to be crap jokes the entire time because Marvel got sick of it.
This movie will be the main event of the Super Mario Bros. 40th anniversary. Let's also hear some remarks from the movie's co-producer, Chris-san, from Illumination. Chris-san.
Thank you, Miyamoto-san. As we celebrate Mario's 40th anniversary, it's an opportunity to reflect on the 4 decades of creativity, imagination, and adventure that Mario has brought to life for fans across generations and around the world. From its groundbreaking world building to its iconic characters and unforgettable music, the Super Mario Brothers have left a lasting impact on the very fabric of our culture. All of us at Illumination feel so fortunate to continue our collaboration with Nintendo as we expand the life of Mario in movies. And while the Super Mario Galaxy games are the core inspiration for our story, this next film holds surprises for fans of every Mario era.
Oh, no.
Our directors, Michael Jelinek and Aaron Horvath, along with the extraordinary team of artists at our studio in Paris, are very busy working to deliver a film that aspires to earn its place in the history we're here to celebrate. Brian Tyler is also returning to compose a score that blends together musical themes from Mario's incredible game heritage. And we're also thrilled to welcome back Chris Pratt as Mario,
fucking knew it.
Anya Taylor-Joy as Princess Peach, Charlie Day as Luigi,
God damn it.
Jack Black as Bowser.
Okay, I'm out. That's it. Jack Black, nope, sorry, I'm out. I used to like Jack Black, and the problem is Jack Black has literally just now become a meme of himself. My name is Steve. And it's like, okay, could you do an impression of yourself anymore? Oh, wait, yes. It's called You Playing Bowser. Kind of a bummer. In his world, it's part of his job to clean out the pipes with monsters in them, which would be plumber work for him. That's not what I'm talking about, though, because he was never listed as that. he was listed as a plumber. That's it. And aside from the very literal 1993 movie, where at the beginning of the movie, he and his brother are actual fucking plumbers, when do we see him doing any actual plumber work? Like, I don't remember the last time in any video game he was sitting there with his apprentice underneath a sink going, oh, I mean, Jesus, this is what happens when, you know, you use the garbage disposal for everything. I don't remember him doing that ever. Or him sitting there getting sprayed in the face with poop water because the toilet backed up and now he's got to sit behind the damn thing and can't get out fast enough because he's wedged in between the side of the toilet and the sink. I don't remember that at all.
Keegan-Michael Key as Toad, and Kevin Michael Richardson as Kamek. And as we continue to make progress on the Super Mario Galaxy movie, we look forward to sharing more with you in the future. And until then, thank you, and back to you, Miyamoto-san.
Thank you, Chris-san. I'm also involved in the production every day, and I'm enjoying it. It's a movie worthy of the 40th anniversary. Please wait a little longer for its release. While you're waiting, I have something I'd like to show you.
Oh, boy.
Please take a look at this.
Oh, God. I mean, he's already given us the really bad news that Chris Pratt's coming back. Wait, what happened with Chris? He's literally the voice of Mario. And he was the voice of Mario in the first I can't say first, but the previous Mario movie. So, yeah, he's coming back as Mario. And Charlie Day is going to be Luigi, because anybody remember It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Now, see, all this stuff looks really, really good. Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2, I've never played, but I've seen people play them, and they always look really, really, really good. Also, wait a minute. Hang on. Now I'm confused. What happened to Peach? Is Peach just Super Plumber World? And Rosalina's like the princess of everything? I don't really know. Like, that's an honest-to-God actual question. I have zero idea. Yeah, like, I don't know who Rosalina is. Like, again, I haven't been up on my Mario lore since Super Mario 3, right? And even then, I played Super Mario 64, and it was fantastic. But yeah, I mean, you know, Bowser, Peach, done. You know what I mean? So I have no idea who Rosalina is.
That's right. It's the games that share the movie's title. Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2. Okay, I'll turn it over to the original director for Super Mario Galaxy, Koizumi-san.
Hi.
Hey, hello everyone. I'm Yoshiaki Koizumi. From here, I'll introduce the games that will be released as part of the Super Mario Bros. 40th anniversary. First, the two games you just saw were developed around the idea of what Mario's adventures would be like in space. The planets have gravity, and seeing Mario not fall off of them while upside down was very impressive, even as a developer. The second game also returns 15 years after its original release on Wii. In Rosalina's library, you can read a storybook.
Who is
It's now
Rosalina?
in both games, and we've also added new pages. We hope you're looking forward to that as well. In addition, the storybook will be available as a real-life product. The new pages I mentioned won't be included, but more details, including the release timing, will be available on the My Nintendo Store website later today.
I'll be honest, that's actually pretty cool. I actually don't mind that. That's cool. These games are many people's favorite Mario games of all time. No, like I said before, every time I see Mario Galaxy and Mario Galaxy 2, they all look really, really good. And they all look like a lot of fun. Like, it almost, for me, harkens back to the magic that was Super Mario 64. Like, they do look really, really, really good. I just have no idea who the fuck Rosalina is.
So please, check that out. Super Mario Galaxy plus Super Mario Galaxy 2 will launch on Nintendo Switch, but you can play these games on Nintendo Switch too. Many other Mario titles are also available on Nintendo Switch, so if there's one you haven't played yet, why not take the opportunity to try it? Okay, let's introduce some other Mario games coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay, so I like the fact that they are going full on with classic Mario titles, with stuff that hasn't like escaped a console in 20 plus years, and they're bringing back like all this stuff so you can get it on the Switch too. I think that's a really, really, really cool and smart move on their part. Because, yeah, I mean, even the Switch 1, you definitely had some Mario games, but then if I remember correctly, wasn't it, oh yeah, you can go on to like the Nintendo's like online store and just kind of like download maybe a few of the originals, and that was pretty much it? They need to bring back Sunshine. I've heard that the other two, aside from, you know, the big ones, like Mario 64, the original Super Mario, Super Mario 3, and so on, other than the big ones, the other two favorites are Mario Sunshine and Paper Mario. And a lot of people, I've actually seen a lot of stuff on YouTube lately where, I can't remember the name of it, but it was a Mario RPG that apparently a lot of people really like too.
The latest entry in the Mario Tennis series is hitting the court on Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay, this is going to sound really... I'm dating myself here. Are you ready for this? The last time I played a Mario Tennis game... Oh... The last time I played a Mario Tennis game was on the Virtua Boy.
Mario Tennis Fever. Use top spins, slices, lobs, and other familiar shots. But now you can also slide and use other fancy footwork with new defensive maneuvers. And swing into action with new equipment called fever rackets. Keep a rally going to build up your fever gauge. Then unleash a fever shot. Freeze the court with the ice racket. Summon mushrooms that shrink your opponents using the mini mushroom racket. Or duplicate yourself with the shadow racket. There are 30 fever rackets, each with their own abilities. Pair them with 38 playable
Never mind, there it is.
The most in series history to find your own strategy.
Wait. Okay, so we know that this is Rosalina. Who the fuck is this? Again, I know I'm old. I get it. But who is this? This isn't Peach. I like, who the fuck is Pauline?
Let's see the game modes being served up. A talking flower provides riveting commentary in tournament mode. Aim for the top by completing
Luigi's hot Italian mother-in-law? Wow. Goddamn.
different objectives in the Trial Towers mode. Play matches with unexpected rules in Mix It Up mode. Even some where you'll experience wonder effects. In the online modes, choose between casual play with customizable rules in Online Room, or go for glory in ranked matches. You can even gently swing your Joy-Con 2 controller like a racket for a more authentic experience.
Okay. We all know for a fact that nobody is going to be gently swinging their Joy-Con 2 for an authentic experience. They're going to be violently throwing it through the TV. Because it always happens.
In swing mode. Plus, after encountering monsters on a remote island, Mario and friends are transformed into babies, kicking off a series of unexpected events in the game's adventure mode. With their tennis skills gone, the babies will need to learn how to play.
What?
And defeat the monsters to return to normal. Mario Tennis Fever launches on Nintendo Switch 2 February 12th.
Why did that cloud have a nipple mouth? Did anybody else see that? That's just weird.
And defeat the monsters to return to normal. Mario Tennis Fever launches on Nintendo Switch 2 February 12th.
That was Mario Tennis Fever.
マリオテニスフィーバーです。
It features familiar tennis gameplay, but unique to this latest entry are fever shots, which change depending on your racket. There are plenty of other modes as well, so please look forward to it. Next, please take a look at this.
Oh boy.
Hi. What'll it be?
Wow! More multiplayer mayhem is coming to the Flower Kingdom in Super Mario Bros. Wonder, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition.
That flower scares me.
Plus meet up in Bella Bell Park. A large plaza has been discovered in the Flower Kingdom. Bella Bell Park. Here, you can enjoy a variety of attractions that let you team up with or work against friends and family. Let's go over some of the things you can do.
Okay.
Collect the most coins to win.
Okay, that...
Collect coins as
Right.
you make your way through the course. And don't miss your chance to get rich.
Whoever has the most lives at the end wins.
Use items to duke it out. Dodge attacks and try to survive.
Whoever's it at the end loses.
Run and hide and tag. If you're tagged, you're it. And the other players get to transform and hide.
Work together to relay.
Pass the bob-omb to each other so it doesn't explode before you reach the goal.
Work together to get to the goal.
Place donut blocks while your friends run across them.
Wait, that's a donut block? I always just thought it was the letter D turned on its side. Fuck.
Jump to the beat.
Jump in time and the lift will rise. Get in sync, then 1, 2, 3, jump!
Jump. 1.
Plus, there are so many other attractions to enjoy. Grab your friends and family for multiplayer fun in Bella Bell Park. The Nintendo Switch 2 edition adds other new content as well. Look forward to more on that in the future. Super Mario Bros. Wonder, Nintendo Switch 2 edition, plus Meetup in Bella Bell Park, launches on Nintendo Switch 2 next spring.
Okay.
So long.
Goodbye, creepy talking flower.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder is getting a Nintendo Switch 2 edition. As its name implies, Meetup in Bella Bell Park adds more multiplayer options to enjoy. It also adds other new content, so stay tuned for more details in the future. About these chatty characters,
Was it something I said?
the talking flowers. We actually made them.
Oh, dear God.
We kind of look alike, huh?
Oh, really? Sometimes they'll talk on their own, just like that. These talking flowers can make everyday life a little more fun. They're planned for release next.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest. You know what actually would have made this a little bit cooler? You know the things like the flowers that you put on like the dashboard of your car and they're constantly just always in motion? Right, where like the leaves like move side to, or the leaves move like up and down while like the main flower itself, you know, goes like left and right. That actually would have been kind of cool to add into this whole thing.
Spring. Okay, next is the last game for the Super Mario Bros. 40th anniversary part of this presentation.
One day, on the island where Yoshi and his friends live, a talking book named Mr. E suddenly falls from the sky. It looks like the book has information within its pages about unusual creatures. But it can't actually see what's written down. So Yoshi jumps in to help investigate. First, let's study this flower-like creature.
I mean, that also kind of does make sense, right? That a book can't see what's actually written down inside of it. Like, if somebody draws a dick on your face and they never tell you and you never go in front of a mirror, are you ever gonna see it?
We found it right away. It tastes kind of sweet. You can carry this creature on your back. Touch flower buds with it, and they'll bloom. As you wander through the book, you'll make all sorts of discoveries about the creatures you find. And those discoveries will be written down. Hey, we found some dandelions. Touch them, and they'll scatter in the air. Oh no!
No, when they're flying, they're making the same face as the oh god, what are they? The little fuck, we watched the video not too long ago, but the little dudes who are going, my anus is bleeding. That's what they look like when they're floating through the air.
Creature is stuck. It seems like the dandelions can absorb nutrients. Oh, they can even cause rocks to crack. Thanks to them, we were able to break the rock. It looks like there are still lots of unusual creatures residing within the book. A page-turning adventure awaits. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book launches on Nintendo Switch 2 next spring.
A new game starring Yoshi is on the way.
不思議の図鑑が登場します。
The game takes place within a mysterious book.
Yeah.
You'll make discoveries and encounter all sorts of things as you're exploring. Please stay tuned for future updates. That's all for the Super Mario Bros. 40th anniversary. In addition to the games coming in the future, the new movie releases next spring. We hope you enjoy all sorts of adventures with Mario. Okay. We'll now begin our usual Nintendo Direct.
Okay.
First, we'll introduce games launching on Nintendo Switch.
Right?
It's time to storm into Cryptica. The mesmerizing world of Cryptica awaits in this 2D side-scrolling roguelike adventure. Fight your way through this 80s anime-inspired realm solo or with a friend in couch co-op, where every battle is twice as chaotic and twice as thrilling. Hone your swift swordplay against a variety of foes, uncover a wide array of unique melee and ranged weapons, and glide through ever-shifting biomes with graceful, acrobatic moves.
Okay, this is gonna sound really, really, really weird, but didn't he just say 80s inspired levels? Now, I'm assuming he's probably talking about like 80s cartoons, late 80s, early 90s and stuff, and that's fine, right? G.I. Joe had that aesthetic. Even some of the early Sonic stuff in the 90s had that aesthetic. I know Mario had some of that aesthetic and so on, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And Transformers had it and like all that stuff. Nothing wrong with it. But when they say 80s inspired levels, how confused are new generations going to be when they look at a level and go, oh man, it looks so 80s, and then they realize that the 80s look nothing like that?
With the help of magical creatures called Storm Hearts, you'll gain permanent upgrades to boost your abilities and help you on your next run. And in couch co-op mode, you can experiment with ability upgrades by combining and sharing power-ups for different playstyles.
Like, I mean, I never walked into a mall in the 80s and had to do platforming on stuff like, on floating platforms like this that were made out of triangles and had caution tape on the sides of them, just so I could get to the second floor. I never had to do that. I don't know about anybody else. Maybe I was just privileged? I don't know. We just used the fucking escalator.
Storm Lancers launches exclusively on the Nintendo Switch system later today. The wilderness is calling. Transform a wild island inspired by the Australian outback. In this charming survival life sim, there are plenty of ways to make this wilderness your home. Plant crops, catch fish, gather resources, and plenty more.
Do we get to punch kangaroos? Please tell me we get to punch kangaroos.
But don't let your guard down while exploring. Wild creatures may attack, so use your tools, weapons, and wits to make it out in one piece. As you progress, you can turn this rugged island into a bustling town. Visit shops, enjoy festivals, and talk with visitors. Some of them might even decide to live here. Plus, up to 4 friends can build and explore together in local or online co-op. Dinkum launches as a timed console exclusive on the Nintendo Switch system November 5th. Pre-orders and a demo will be available later today
Okay.
on Nintendo eShop.
You know what? I can actually see that one like bringing in big numbers, especially because it's got like an Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley vibe to it. I could see that one being being actually not only like pretty good, but also like really popular.
Embark on a colorful
You get to ruin the environment and unhome wild animals. Dope. Yeah, right?
adventure. Save a mysterious planet in the platforming adventure Popucom.
I mean, to be completely honest, that's basically just the history of Australia. The only thing that they forgot was prison colony.
Team up locally or online in this multiplayer-only game. On this planet, color is key. Attack enemies with the same color to defeat them. Each adventurer can only fire 2 colors, so you'll need to swap between them during battle. Timing is critical too. Work together to fire colors at the right time to overcome obstacles. You can also use items like shields to block lasers or drones to create platforms.
I'm gonna be completely honest. If I ever had something like a Switch 2, I'd fuck with people so hard, and I would just wait right at the goddamn edge and wait for them to just get right into close proximity to that beam and just shut the fucking shield off.
Shields to block lasers or drones to create platforms. Powerful bosses can be found at the end of stages.
No
Team
prison
up to
colony, I'm
take
never
them
playing
down.
that, right?
Additionally, in party mode, up to 4 pals can take on a variety of challenges together. A colorful co-op adventure awaits in Popucom, launching on Nintendo Switch this holiday.
I'm gonna be honest, Popucom, for whatever reason, when I hear the word Popucom, all I can think of is Tamagotchi. I don't know why.
Here, on this small island floating in the sea, are me characters, each living their own carefree lives.
Oh no. They brought back the Miis?
Coming out.
Let's take a look
Wait,
at what's
what did he say? Hang on.
When is the game coming out?
Oh, okay. I thought he was talking about something is coming out of him.
Let's take a look at what's happening in the Tomodachi Life Living the Dream game. You're in charge of this island. You can create me characters of anyone you'd like living here. Base them on a friend, a family member, or even yourself. Once you've chosen their personality and voice,
My name is Anne.
your me is good to go.
I can't wait to start living here.
The me characters you create will enjoy their island life however they see fit. Wonder what's up?
I'm so hungry.
Food for thought.
Wait. Isn't that... Does anybody remember, like, in 1995, 1996, the text-to-speech reader that you had on Windows 95 for Microsoft Word? And, like, especially when you were a kid in class, you'd just type in, like, really dumb shit just to try and get away with it and turn the volume down on the computer, like, really, really, really low. So that, like, when it went, fuck. You know what? Yeah! Sam! Exactly.
Yum.
Enjoy. Looks like that hit the spot. This me looks
She's just dying.
bored all by their lonesome. Someone needs a pick-me-up.
Leave a charcoal with a Gramby. Oh, blap.
That sounds like Bonsai Buddy. What the fuck?
They really hit it off, all thanks to this meetup. This is just a small slice of the life here on the island. Stay tuned for more information in the future.
Ah. We interrupt to bring you some breaking news. This just in, following previous reports of a 2026 release date, we can now confirm that Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, launches next spring. More on this story as it develops.
Oh, okay.
There was breaking news in that trailer. Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream will launch next spring.
I sincerely hope that at some point you can take the Miis with their Mii voices and you can actually like type up scripts for news reports so that you could literally just have a Mii with that voice reading the original radio transcript of War of the Worlds. That, to me, would be fucking hilarious.
Please wait a little longer for this new dream life. Next up are games heading to Nintendo Switch 2, including some games that will also be available on Nintendo Switch.
Okay. All right, what do we got? Oh man, he snapped his fingers. We're fucked.
Dash, slash, and clash in these games. Get over here and choose your fighter in this totally collection of Mortal Kombat classics.
Okay, fair. This is gonna do well. This will definitely do well.
This compilation features multiple classic games from the 90s and early 2000s.
Yep, so that's MK4. Before it was MK3 or Ultimate MK3, and then they had MK1.
Including arcade, console, and
oh god, The Legend of Sub-Zero. Oof.
handheld versions. Friendship matters, so fight your pals locally or take the in-game tournament global with added support for online play.
You know what I just noticed? I literally just noticed this. Nintendo is pulling the same crap. Hang on. I need to see what this finisher is.
Want a break from combat?
Okay. The fucking blood code. God damn it. I thought we were over this.
Dive into an interactive documentary that includes concept art, archival footage, and exclusive interviews with the original creators. Prepare to test your might when Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection launches digitally on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch October 30th, and physically December 12th.
Yeah, so when the game first came out, Nintendo was very against there being blood, but they came to a compromise with the creators of it. And so what they did is there was a secret code that you could put in for the Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat to have blood in it, but you had to figure out what the code was. So with the Sega Genesis and with the arcade modes, the arcade mode just always had the blood, and with the Sega Genesis and Sega CD, it was on by default, but you could shut it off if you wanted to.
Let's finish this.
Experience the first game in the Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy. Step into the role of Cloud Strife, a former member of Shinra's elite soldier unit. While he's working as a mercenary, the legendary hero Sephiroth, who supposedly died on a past mission, suddenly appears. The fate of the planet is now in your hands. Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 system January 22nd. Save the...
I don't care what anybody says. I know it's kind of a cliche thing. Cloud is one of the best Final Fantasy protagonists of all time. He just is.
World from malicious machines in this action roguelite adventure. Battle foes to rescue robot allies. Collect resources and create a place for others to call home. Then, customize your weapon classes and unlock powerful abilities. You can also catch fish, harvest crops, and craft items between missions. Online, you can team up with friends in co-op or via game share. Mouse controls are also supported on Nintendo Switch 2. Linked Banner of the Spark launches on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch later today.
Okay.
daughter of Hades,
Oh.
princess of the underworld.
I wonder what game this is.
Twould seem that you are finally prepared. But time itself is against us. And war has come to Mount Olympus. Shall you rush now to your family's defense? Or shall you strike our enemy in the heart of the underworld?
You know me, Headmistress. I'll do both. Death to Kronos.
Prepare to battle beyond the underworld of Greek myth in Hades 2.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. Also, don't worry. She's gonna have a really easy time, because Kratos did this like fucking 20 years ago.
Play as the princess of the underworld to take on the sinister titan of time. Wield powerful weapons of night, the Sister Blades, the Moonstone Axe, the Witch's Staff, and more. Cast a binding circle to ensnare your enemies and gain the upper hand. Along the way, the gods of Olympus will grant you new skills and abilities. Mix and match to find the most powerful combinations.
Oh yeah? Well, you know what? Kratos found some of those really fantastical goddesses and fucked them. Do you get to do that in this game?
Each time you set out, you'll be faced with different choices. And you'll keep growing stronger and unlocking new upgrades. Discover new secrets and unravel the story. On Nintendo Switch 2, experience the action in up to 120 frames per second in TV mode. Hades 2 launches first for consoles on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch September 25th.
I'll be honest though, like all kidding aside, Hades and Hades 2 were actually like they actually did really, really well for numbers when they first came out on Twitch. They did really, really well. A lot of people really loved these games.
New amiibo figures ride in.
Oh, wait, sorry. I learned a thing. I know, but I learned a thing. Did you realize, because I didn't know this up until like 3 days ago, did you realize that Kirby is able to launch himself up into the air by farting? Literally, that's what it is. He's propelling himself with his own farts.
The Kirby Air Riders game is coming soon, and 2 new amiibo are also on the way.
No, I'm not even kidding. It wasn't even anything I was looking up. That's the worst part. I'm not like making it up. I'm not being hyperbolic. That is a thing that was actually described. And I went, wait, what? Because I thought, oh, okay, he's just like a giant puffball, and, you know, like, he jumps up, and, all right, you get the little whoosh animation, and he's just kind of hovering, right? And then, like, so literally it was described as him being a giant puffball that elevates himself and flies through the air with the power of his farts. And yes, I laughed. Because it's so stupid. They have no problem making fart jokes, but they won't allow absolutely ridiculous looking blood in a 40-year-old game. Basically, Kirby is an asshole. Got it. Yes. Kirby is a blown out sphincter.
Tap them to summon figure players that you can train. Your figure players will level up as they compete, and their machine's proficiency level will also increase. Plus, with the Amiibo, you can swap riders. Just like in the game, you can choose your rider and machine. Levels are also transferred over. These 2 new Amiibo will be available November 20th, the same day as the game's launch. Be on the lookout for even more Kirby Air Riders Amiibo updates in the future. And a second Kirby Air Riders Direct, hosted by the game's director, Mr. Sakurai, is also on the way.
There's going to be another Direct? Oh my god.
After traveling back in time, Princess Zelda meets the first king of Hyrule, Rauru, and the queen, Sonia. She joins them to take on Demon King Ganondorf
and ensure bestiality throughout the kingdom that she will come to rule.
in a conflict that will come to be known as the Imprisoning War. Take on hordes of enemies as you fight alongside your allies. Like this brave Korok. Get familiar with your allies' abilities so you know which character to swap to in any situation. Zonai devices can bring water, wind, and other effects to combat. Make strategic use of them to counter your enemies and alter the flow of battle. Pair up with nearby allies to unleash mighty sync strikes. Depending on the pair, sync strikes can deal high damage or have a variety of other effects. Invite a friend to fight alongside you in split-screen co-op. And with Game Share, you can play together on 2 separate systems, even if only one player has the game.
Okay, you know what? That's actually kind of cool. I'll give them that.
Uncover ancient truths that were only glimpsed in The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Hyrule Warriors: Age of Imprisonment launches on Nintendo Switch 2 November 6th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
I'm gonna be honest, you know, Hyrule kind of sucks. Like, I wouldn't want to fucking live there, ever.
Right, that's enough for one day. Time for me to head back to the castle. And remember, not a word about this place to anyone. There's more to the world than this island, and we're going to prove it. Okay, 1, 2, 3!
It all began with a spark of curiosity. Guided by a mysterious tablet, a group of young heroes embark on a journey to reclaim a lost world. As they venture into the unknown, they'll encounter mighty foes and a myriad of twists and trials. What awaits them beyond it all? Dragon Quest VII Reimagined.
Okay, which, fair, and it looks all well and fine, except how are you supposed to find basically what's a refined chibi kind of sexy? I don't get it. Also, how is this supposed to look like an amazing action shot when it looks like a 4-year-old with a beard? Just throwing that out there.
Dragon Quest VII Reimagined.
That's the spirit. Look out, world. Here we come.
That was Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. We hope you're looking forward to the journey ahead in this reimagined world. Now, we'd like to announce 2 things.
Oh no.
First, here's some news about the Nintendo Today smart device app. The app continues to deliver all sorts of information about Nintendo games and characters on a daily basis. And we're adding a new Kirby theme.
Nintendo only wants boob jello? No, it's not that. It's quite literally like, and I never understood this with the way that a lot of Japanese art just in general works, right? Like chibi stuff bothers me. It sounds really, really weird because, like, I don't mind them as emotes, but when you have them in any sort of animation, they actually really creep me out. Or, like, you have other Japanese video games where they have characters that are supposed to be women dressing in very skimpy clothing, but they look like they're 12. It's really, really, really fucking weird. Like, insanely weird. Like, this should not be a thing kind of weird, right? So, when you see a game and everybody looks like they're supposed to be like an accentuated version of kids, and there's one who is literally wearing a leather bra, and she's supposed to be the sexy one, it kind of creeps me out. It really does.
We're also delivering information regularly about Kirby Air Riders leading up to the game's release, so please check that out. Secondly, we have news about Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack. Please take a look at this.
Now, I don't fucking care who did it. That doesn't mean anything to me. It's Toriyama that did. For all I know, it could have been Jared from Subway. That's how weird it is.
Coming to Nintendo Classics, Virtual Boy.
Oh, fuck.
You'll be able to enjoy a collection of Virtual Boy games in stereoscopic 3D.
No, listen. Okay, hang on. Literally no one enjoyed the Virtual Boy ever. It did nothing but give you a fucking headache.
While playing on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch. In order to play, you'll need this dedicated accessory.
No! Don't do this!
The form of the original Virtual Boy hardware.
No!
By inserting a console to play.
Oh, God!
Both Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch are supported.
Oh, this is the worst thing Nintendo has ever fucking done. This is the worst thing they've ever done. I know for a fact, because I had one of these, okay? What ends up happening, and I'm going to go back a little bit. What ends up happening is you set it up on the stand, right? It's not even a tripod. It's a bipod, okay? And what it is you set it up on this bipod, which, to be fair, does the job, but doesn't go any farther than this. So now you're sitting at you're sitting in a chair at a table, but you're hunched the fuck over, sticking your face into something that has the worst fucking display of all time and you are surrounded by it, and you can't get away from it, and you're using a really clunky ass controller, and you can only do it for about 30 to 45 minutes because your back starts to hurt, and the contrast was so bad in this thing that it actually gave you a splitting headache. Why are they bringing this back? This is awful.
This recreates the form of the original Virtual Boy hardware by inserting a console to play.
And they said stereoscopic 3D, which basically what it means is that you have these lenses in here, right? And these lenses are angled specifically to look at the screen in a very distinct way so everything pops out. But the problem is that your eyes can't actually focus on anything. So imagine spending 45 minutes hunched over like Igor, right? And glaring into something that is literally just the brightest red you've ever seen on a black background, and your eyes can't focus on anything. It was terrible.
Both Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch are supported. Play
Look at this. Look how awful this is. Imagine staring at this through these lenses so that Mario here sticks out, the actual like the barrier itself sticks out a little bit, and then you have Yoshi back here sticking out a little bit. The background is moving, but literally nothing is in focus. And the only good part about the Virtual Boy is they had this little like slider wheel that when you spun it would turn the brightness down a little bit so you could get yourself an extra 5 minutes before your head exploded.
Tennis. Galactic Pinball. Telero Boxer, and more. The 14 classic games shown here are planned to be released over time.
They were so bad. So bad. Oh, God.
Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics is scheduled to launch February 17th. The dedicated accessory needed to play Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics will be available in the future. A cardboard model of the accessory will also be available.
Why would I want a cardboard? Look at this. This is how you had to play it. No bullshit. You either had to put your both hands behind the actual thing, okay, and rest them on this crap bipod that shook all over the place anytime you tried to play it because you had to do it on a table, right? So you had to hold the controller behind the damn thing, or you had to hold it in front of you, which was even more awkward, hunched over like this dude. It was terrible.
Ooh. We hope you're looking forward to Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics. Okay, let's see some more headlines.
The Crimson Butterfly soars again. Minakami Village, a place said to have vanished from the map. But when twin sisters, Mio and Mayu, find themselves lost and wander into the village, they encounter the unthinkable. The victims of a past tragedy. Now, Mio must use the camera obscura, a device that can pacify the unsettled ghosts and find a way home. But as she delves deeper into the mystery,
Don't let go of my hand.
Mayu's sanity slips away. Where will the Crimson Butterfly lead them? Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly Remake launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 system early next year.
Now, I'm sure that that'll actually do really, really well. I'm just still insanely shocked that they're bringing back the Virtual Boy. That was so fucking bad.
Upgrade your play with the Nintendo Switch 2 editions of these games. In the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of One Piece Pirate Warriors 4, you'll face off against more on-screen enemies than ever before as you aim to become King of the Pirates. Enjoy camera play and more in Overcooked 2, Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Serve up dishes and reactions while you cook together. Mouse controls are cropping up in the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Stardew Valley. Plus, up to 4 friends locally can play in split-screen multiplayer.
Oh.
And with Game Share, up to 4 players can play together if one person has the game.
Okay, I do like the Game Share feature. I actually think that's really, really cool, especially for Stardew Valley. That's actually a really cool thing.
5 new levels, including Candyland and Museum, are dropping in with Human Fall Flat Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Plus, with mouse controls, you can enjoy a new way to wobble with physics-based fun. Craving more to clean?
Power Wash Simulator, that'll be a good
Power Wash
one.
Simulator makes its triumphant return with a shiny new entry in the relaxing Clean 'em Up series. Unholster your washer and effortlessly blast the dirt away as you transform your sullied surroundings into squeaky clean scenes. Make use of new tools and supplies, including enhanced soap, a surface cleaner, additional power washers, and rigging equipment for those hard-to-reach places. Wash your way through a fresh campaign as you explore even more of Muckingham. Then venture into new, grimy locations, including Detergent Toe and Lubra City. After a hard day's work, take some time to unwind in your home base and spruce up the place with furniture and accessories you've collected.
Huh.
And for the first time, up to 4 players can make progress in the campaign together in online co-op. Or split the work between 2 players with local split screen. Very satisfying indeed. Sit back, relax, and clean to your heart's content when Power Wash Simulator 2 launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 system this fall.
Oh, damn. I didn't realize there was a Power Wash Simulator 2. I'm gonna have to get on that shit.
The fruit matching phenomenon returns. Suika Game is back and rounder than ever. This time, the fruit falls toward the center of a circle, and you can drop it from any angle. It's 360 degrees of fruit dropping fun. If you combine fruits a certain number of times, it's super evolution time. When this is active, you can earn bonus points based on the number of fruits you merge. Plus, with the Nintendo Switch 2 version, you can play with others locally via Game Share. This allows you and up to 3 players to drop and merge fruit together in co-op.
Okay. Again, that's a cool feature.
Aim and go for the watermelon when Suika Game Planet launches on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch this winter.
Oh no. Oh no. Is Spectre here? No, he isn't. Okay. Thank God. Oh boy. Now, whatever you do, don't tell him, because I will bring this up when he comes in, and I want to see what happens. I want to bring that video up. I want to bring this video up and be like, hey, look, I got something for you.
This is where you're from, DK? This island is beautiful.
DLC is smashing its way into Donkey Kong Bonanza. This new edition lets you barrel around DK Island, the home of some familiar faces. And if you finish the main game story, Void Kong will offer you a position in the ranks of the Void Company.
What do you think? Ready!
Your mission? Collect as much shiny green ore as you can in Emerald Rush. Meet your emerald quota within the time limit to clear each round. The key to amassing emeralds is collecting fossils to gain perks.
Okay.
Collect a fossil and you'll get to pick from 3 random ones. Perks have different effects, like getting more emeralds from defeated enemies or more jam-packed treasure chests. There are all sorts to choose from. Gain and stack perks, then collect oodles of emeralds. You can also smash Vanadium gems to gain random skills that power up Donkey Kong during your run.
Whoa.
Your perks and skills reset after each run. But Fossil and Vanadium gem locations stay the same. Refine your winning strategy with each go. When a run ends, you'll earn in-game rewards based on how well you did. Playing can net you new fashions and statues to display on DK Island. Plus, you'll get to play Emerald Rush on more layers. Take on the challenge to earn that promotion. The Donkey Kong Bonanza, DK Island, and Emerald Rush paid DLC launches on Nintendo Switch 2 later today. Plus, a free demo of the main game will also be available on Nintendo eShop later today.
Okay, fair enough.
Donkey Kong Bonanza is getting paid DLC called DK Island and Emerald Rush. Please look forward to collecting lots of emeralds in Emerald Rush and exploring this modern take on DK Island. Next, please take a look at this.
I look at what they've done with Donkey Kong, and all I can think of is I really, really, really want Banjo and Kazooie. Oh no. Oh no. God damn it. What?
This land is just waiting to be shaped by a Ditto that looks like a human? And what's that in the grass? Oh, that's Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokemon. What's this? Looks like Ditto's got an idea.
Oh no.
By learning this move, you can make grass grow. Squirtle's water gun will keep it all healthy. As nature flourishes, so do the Pokémon. Collect rocks and wood to build with. Till the fields and grow delicious crops. Build homes for the Pokémon you meet. There's so much to do here. No need to rush, though. Go at your own pace. And you'll have a wonderful space before you know it. Pokémon Pokopia.
Yeah, I mean it's basically Minecraft. This is what Pal World tried to do, and it kind of worked, but it's non-violent, and it's actual Pokemon mixed with Minecraft. I'm sure it'll go gangbusters.
A brand new Pokemon game is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. We hope you're looking forward to Pokemon Pokopia, where a Ditto with a human appearance builds a new life with other Pokemon. Next, we have information about another Pokemon game, which launches very soon.
Wait, what is that? Pokemon Legends Z minus Alpha? I have no idea. Pokepass. Fair. Now, I have to know exactly how they're pronouncing this, and I will never ever understand their way of coding things like this. Like, what does Z minus A mean? I don't get it. They do that shit all the time, and it drives me nuts because I can't understand what they're trying to get through.
It appears that new Mega-Evolved Pokemon have been discovered in Lumio City, where people and Pokemon live. Pokemon Legends ZA launches October 16th.
Okay, it's just Pokemon Legends ZA. I have no idea what that means. What is ZA?
We have one more Pokemon trailer. Please take a look.
ZA, the alphabet, which would be fine, but wouldn't they put it A through Z? Because that's how it works with the alphabet. You don't start at Z. Z is the end of it. So does that mean you're going back to the start from the end? I don't really like the Legends spin-off so far. I know nothing about them. I just... The way that they come up with these subtitles just drives me insane. Yeah, look at... So now we've got Pokemon Legends ZA Mega Dimension. As if the title wasn't already long enough.
Pokemon Legends ZA is getting paid DLC called Mega Dimension. Raichu has 2 different Mega Evolutions. How do you think they'll perform? More details will be shared in the future.
I'm gonna just go out on a limb here and say more lightning.
Let's move on to some more headlines.
Ready for some killer fun in the sun?
Are you okay? You seem pretty out of it.
Originally released over 10 years ago, Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair is making the ultimate comeback. While on a school trip to Jabberwock Island, you and your classmates are trapped in a murderous game.
What?
After each deadly incident, a heated class trial will begin. In high-speed detective action, you'll shoot down contradictions and counter opponents to reveal the truth. And along with the main game, an additional story is included. One incident will trigger an entirely new scenario with different victims and culprits.
The wait is over! The next class trial is about to begin!
Danganronpa 2x2 launches on the Nintendo Switch 2.
There you go, 2x2. Like, again, why 2x2? Or if you look at the Kingdom Hearts games, like, I think there's one that's like, God, I can't remember, but it's like it's a fraction the way that it's written out, but it's not supposed to be a fraction. It's like 286/3 is how you're actually supposed to say it, or something along those lines. They've been doing this stuff for years, and I don't understand it.
And Nintendo Switch systems next year. Make history in the 3 kingdoms. Dynasty Warriors Origins is marching on to Nintendo Switch 2. The 3 kingdoms, an era of warring factions. As a nameless hero, join forces with Xiao Xiao, Sun Jian, or Liu Bei on your journey to become a true warrior.
Now, I've heard a lot of really good things about Dynasty Warriors Origins, so I'm not going to shit on it, because this... I remember a lot of people liking Origins a lot, so... Yeah, I've got nothing bad to say about Origins. I think this one's actually going to do really, really well on the Switch too. Liu Bei goated? I mean, he really is. He absolutely is. So's Guan Yu. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Liu Bei, Cao Cao, they're all insanely good.
Your choices will influence your story and may even alter historical events from the 3 kingdoms. Plus, paid DLC is on the way. Choose a different path and experience new developments that weren't in the main story. Walk your own path and become a one-man army. When Dynasty Warriors Origins and the DLC both launch on Nintendo Switch 2
Lu Bu Wen.
January 22nd.
True.
two fates are now intertwined. Welcome to the sprawling world of Monster Hunter, where all sorts of monsters live.
God, I sincerely hope this one doesn't run like shit.
By bonding with certain creatures called monsties, you can traverse the land, climb cliffs, swim across water, and fly through the air as you freely explore the map. However, a strange phenomenon that causes petrification now threatens the world. It's up to you to venture forth and find the source of the danger in order to prevent total calamity. Raise your monsties, bond with them, and work together to face whatever stands in your path.
Oh, it's turn-based? Okay.
Monster Hunter Stories 3, Twisted Reflection, soars onto Nintendo Switch 2, March 13th.
Virtua Fighter, by the way, is one of those fighting games that is so insanely hard to master. It really is. Resident Evil. I'm calling it now.
Hello? Yes.
Yep, it's Resident Evil. Called it.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude.
Oh, you're FBI? Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
Grace. Stay close to me.
I'm coming.
Keep moving. What's wrong? I'll explain later.
I've been watching you. You're not like other people, you know. You're quite unique.
Tell me what's going on.
Something important.
I'm scared.
Grace.
There's no escaping your destiny.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually kind of excited about RE9. I think that's gonna be a really fun one. Oh, RE7 now, and RE8. It looks a lot more horror-driven. Yeah, and I like the horror-driven stuff. I mean, RE8 was fun, but it, in a lot of ways, it was also really arcadey. It was a good change of pace from the absolute nightmare that was RE7. And I don't mean nightmare in a bad way. I mean, it scared the shit out of everybody. Legitimately scared the fuck out of everybody. And rightfully so. So yeah, I'm looking forward to RE9.
A brand new entry in the Resident Evil series is launching on Nintendo Switch 2. We hope you're looking forward to Resident Evil Requiem, where you'll face unknown nightmares. Plus, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, the first in the series with a first-person perspective. And Resident Evil Village, which broke new ground for the series, also launched the same day. Thank you for watching so far. Next will be our last announcement.
Okay.
Please take a look.
Right, what do we got?
Bold warriors, draw now upon your strength. Hold fast to the devotion in your beating hearts. Hear me now as I declare that the heroic games have begun!
I only want to fight so I can save my father's life.
What I seek is a great strength, an unyielding strength for any foe, sheer strength to uphold the faith I hold dear. Above all, I need the strength to lead my people, strength enough for a queen!
It is imperative that I face it again. I must cull it with this blade. My full strength.
There's a man I hate so much that simply killing him will not satisfy me. For that reason, I refuse to die.
I won't let you hurt her!
And now warm blood is served in a crude cup.
You think I'd let you deny me my feelings?
It does look like Alucard, doesn't it? It actually does look like Alucard.
I refuse to accept defeat. Not now!
For those who stand upon the final stage, I shall grant whatever wish you may desire. So say I, the Divine Sovereign, that I vow to you.
I mean, it doesn't look terrible. It's not my kind of game, but
The years were long,
it doesn't look bad.
weren't they? Have you forgotten me so soon?
That was the trailer for Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave, the latest in the series. This intertwining story happens alongside the thrilling, heroic games. What kinds of stories await? Please stay tuned for future updates. That's all for today's Nintendo Direct. Thank you for watching.
I mean, I'll give them this. It really does, like, they really did put a lot into this. I'll be honest, they really, really, really did. But now the only thing I can think of Oh, what was it? Was it Symphony of the Night? Yeah, I don't want to go through the whole thing. I just want to go. I just want the part where he literally like the one that Spice Boy has, right? Where he throws the glass and he just yells "fuck." That's what I want. That's all I want. I just want that part. But yeah, I'll absolutely I'll give it to Nintendo. They did really go all out. They did go all out. There's a lot of interesting stuff. That I like the fact that they're doing the Mario stuff, and they're leaning really, really hard into bringing a lot of the older Mario games to the Nintendo Switch 2. I actually think that's really cool because some of those haven't seen the fucking light of day since the consoles that they were on, which is fine. I'm not crazy about the movie. I'm just like, it's not my thing. I can understand why a lot of people like it. It's just not, The Virtual Boy, I think is the dumbest fucking thing they could ever do. Big fucking L there. I don't know why they decided it was a good idea to bring back the Virtual Boy. Of all things, like, hey, you want to take the Virtual Boy and you want to put Virtual Boy games on your Nintendo Switch 2, there's nothing wrong with that. But you absolutely do not need to make a Virtual Boy that you put your Switch 2 into to make a new generation of people suffer and grow up with scoliosis and constant migraines. You don't need to do that. That is god awful. I can't believe that they actually decided that that was a good fucking idea. It's so bad. Where is that piece of shit in here? Hang on, I gotta see it again. Because it's terrible. It's fucking miserable. I can't believe they did it. Like, honest to God, I wanted to throw something at my monitor when they showed it. Because I was like, you gotta be shitting me. Yeah, here we go. Here's this piece of shit. Look at this. This dude has to literally be hunched over because that's how tall that bipod is. The bipod is not tall whatsoever. And let's face it, he is not a tall guy. He's not. He's like my height. Right? And I'm 5'5" on a good day. Okay? So, he's hunched over. This was me when I was like 13. All right? We don't need this. You do not need an entirely new generation dealing with crippling scoliosis and spinal problems because they're going to be trying to force themselves to be hunched over and looking through a really shitty pair of lenses and just getting constant migraines. That's awful. Again, you want to put the Virtual Boy games on your Switch 2 and play them on the Switch 2, that's fine. But you do not need this. You absolutely do not need this. This isn't worth the plastic that it's made out of. That is so bad. That is so bad. Why did they think this was a good idea ever? Okay. I understand that they're trying things and they're trying to be more... What's the best way to describe it? I understand that they're trying to preserve a lot of things and bring back a lot of fan favorites and so on and garner favor with people because, let's face it, over the last few years, Nintendo hasn't done much in the way of actually helping their reputation, with emulators being taken down and ROM sites being taken down and so on. I understand what they're trying to do, but I guarantee you nobody at Nintendo gave a fuck and probably actually laughed their asses off if somebody took Virtual Boy ROMs off a website. I guarantee whoever was looking at the data that they collected went, who the fuck is stupid enough to do Virtual Boy? You know what? We're not even going to send them a cease and desist letter because they're already suffering. They downloaded Virtual Boy shit. They're already in their own world of hell. We couldn't do any worse to them. Even if we took them for everything they had, we could not do any worse. So why are they bringing this back? It's horrible. What is wrong with them? I don't know why they did that. No one's going to want it. It's so bad. Why would anybody ever decide this was a good idea? Who needs to be slapped? Seriously, who needs to be slapped for this? Because I feel like somebody needs to be slapped. Oh, God. Like, I'm getting PTSD just looking at this fucking thing. It's that bad. It really, really, really is that bad. Because the only other thing you can do, and this is the worst part about the Virtual Boy, if you don't want to stand, or if you don't want to sit hunched over, okay? Let me see if I can find a good thing for it here. There, okay. The only way, if you don't want to sit there hunched over, the only way... Yeah, but it's not a cash grab, because nobody's going to fucking want it. That's the point. There's only 14 games for the goddamn thing. It gives everybody migraines, and people are going to have crippling scoliosis. It's awful. It's not even a cash grab. It's just shit. That's the worst part, because the only way you could ever play this while not being hunched over was to have books that were bigger than the area that the bipod covers, and enough of them so you could stand it up at least another foot so that you weren't just hunched over like Igor the entire time while you're getting crippling migraines. This was awful. This was, and the worst part, the worst fucking part, even the book thing, okay? The book idea is, it only goes so well if your parents had an entire collection of encyclopedias, like the Encyclopedia Britannica bullshit, right? Or, you know, like any of the competitors, because those were the only books that were big enough to cover the square area of this bipod that you could stack it on. Literally, those were the only books, because anything and everything else other than, unless you had one of the new Webster's dictionaries, which were like fucking 800,000 pages thick, unless you had one of those, and that damn thing weighed the better part of 20 pounds, okay, you had nothing to stack to stack on the table so that you could actually play this thing while sitting up comfortably. You just never did. This thing was so bad. The original was out for barely a year. I hated the Virtual Boy. Everybody hated the Virtual Boy. It was terrible. It was such a cool concept when everybody heard about it. And then you actually sit down and use it, and 45 minutes later, your back hurts because you haven't moved. You have the controller pushed against your stomach or your chest, or you're holding it around the Virtual Boy, and you've got a headache. And by the way, your eyes also couldn't focus ever because it had to be in 3D, and that was literally the only choice you had. This was an awful thing. Absolutely 1,000,000% awful. Like, I maybe there's still somebody. Nintendo is notorious for making shit hardware. This is easily some of the shittiest hardware that's ever been made. I'm not even kidding. Like, yes, the Wii U didn't do as well as the original Nintendo Wii. Okay, fair. But at least it had its advantages, right? You didn't need a TV to play it. And even if you did have a TV to play it, you didn't necessarily have to focus on it. That could be something for everybody else to watch on while you stare at the screen, right? It wasn't the easiest thing, and it was kind of clunky, but the idea was cool, right? And it did have some benefits to it. Okay, I get it. The Nintendo GameCube, again, cool idea. Execution, not so much, because they had to find out the hard way that you can't fit anything on a fucking CD the size of a quarter. Right? Power Glove, same kind of deal. It was a cool idea. It was back when everybody was coming out with these peripherals for different consoles, and Nintendo had a bunch of them that were really, really good, like the light gun and the light bazooka and like all that shit. That stuff sold like hotcakes, right? Even the third-party, like, aftermarket crap for the Game Boy, a lot of the time, even though it might be clunky, a lot of it worked. Maybe not as well as advertised, but it worked. This, on the other hand, was just god-awful from start to finish. And literally the only thing I can think of is that there is somebody still in the company, other than the bigwigs that we all know, who has been lobbying since the 90s to bring back the Virtual Boy because he doesn't think it got a fair shot. And is just unwilling to let go and accept the fact that the Virtual Boy sucked. There were no benefits to this fucking thing. Ever. Zero. None. Remember that 2-hour commercial passed off as a movie with Fred Savage? Very vaguely, but yes. I couldn't tell you what it was called. I couldn't tell you what happened in the movie, but I do remember, like, bits and pieces here and there of it. But yeah, the Virtual Boy, Jesus Christ, who decided? Who decided let's bring back the Virtual Boy? I think it would have been perfectly fine if they went, let's take the Virtual Boy stuff, we'll put it on the Switch 2, you can play it on your Switch 2. Okay, fair. Whatever. You know what? I'll give them this. At least they're preserving video games. That's not a big deal. Nobody needs this piece of shit. Nobody. This thing is awful. The Wizard. Yeah, I remember very, very little of it. I know I saw it, but I saw it once and went, okay, that was a thing. But my God, I'm shocked with Virtual Boy. Yeah, I'd be better to just have the games available to play on the Switch too. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Have the games on the Switch too. If people want to buy them, fine. Let them buy them at like a discounted price because there's only 14 games for the fucking thing. They weren't very popular. The controls are kind of crap and whatever. This is actual... Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Here, watch this. Like, I almost shit my pants when they showed this. No. See, that's the problem, True. You kind of do, because the way that these games are designed is that they were done in stereoscopic 3D, which means that if you don't use the Virtual Boy stand and the Virtual Boy, like, console thing, it's going to constantly just be blurry because they were only designed to ever be shown through the lenses of the Virtual Boy. And they specifically say that in here, that it is in stereoscopic 3D, which means if you don't use that, you're going to be looking at a blurry screen the entire time.
Coming to Nintendo Classics, Virtual Boy. You'll be able to enjoy a collection of Virtual Boy games in stereoscopic 3D while playing on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch. In order to play, you'll need this dedicated accessory.
They literally just said it. In order to play, you will need this dedicated accessory. They are flat out telling you that is the way you have to play these games. That's it. You need this. You can't just play it. You can't just download them on your Switch 2 and play. Literally, that is the only way you can play it.
This recreates the form of the original Virtual Boy hardware by inserting a console to play. Both Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch are supported. Play Mario's Tennis, Galactic Pinball, Tellero Boxer, and more. The 14 classic games shown here are planned to be released over time. Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics is scheduled to launch February 17th.
Such a bad idea.
The dedicated accessory needed to play Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics will be available in the future.
They literally have just said it twice. The dedicated accessory needed to play Virtual Boy Classics.
A cardboard model of the accessory.
It is a cardboard model that you can put over it to kind of give an illusion. That's it. That's all it is. And I can absolutely see this thing falling apart in 2 days. And they're going to charge like $80 for this fucking thing, by the way, because they always do.
Will also be available.
Ooh. We hope you're looking forward to Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics. Okay, let's see some more headlines.
That is so awful. I can't believe they brought that back. I absolutely cannot believe they brought that back. And you need Switch Online to make it work? Let me look at the tiny stuff on the bottom here. Pay Nintendo Switch Online membership sold separately and Nintendo account required. Purchase limits apply. Offer not available in all countries for free trial memberships. Virtual Boy for Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch and Virtual Boy cardboard model for Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch are required to play the Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics collection of games, Nintendo Switch Online, plus expansion pack membership required to access Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics collection of games. That is fucking insane. Imagine being the dumbass that buys this shit. Dear God, what the hell are they thinking? That is, this is bad. This is really fucking bad. I am beside myself. I cannot believe that anybody in Nintendo thought this was a good idea. Because if I do this, Virtual Boy, I'm just going to bring up Virtual Boy, right? 12 minutes ago, of course it was. Reception. Virtual Boy garnered negative critical reviews and was a commercial failure. It failed for several reasons, including its high price, the discomfort caused by play, and what was widely judged to have been a poorly handled marketing campaign. Gamers who previewed the system at the Shoshinkai 1994 trade show complained that the Mario demo was not realistic enough, was not in full color, and didn't motion track the image when players turned their heads. In the lead editorial of Electronic Gaming Monthly following the show, Ed Semrad predicted that the Virtual Boy would have poor launch sales due to the monochrome screen, lack of true portability, unimpressive lineup in games, and the price, which he argued was as low as it could get given the hardware, but still too expensive for the experience. Next generation editors were also dubious of the Virtual Boy's prospects after the show and concluded their article on the system by commenting, "But who will buy it? It's not portable, it's awkward to use, it's 100% antisocial, unlike multiplayer SNES and Genesis games, it's too expensive, and most importantly, the VR, i.e. 3D effect, doesn't add to the game at all, it's just a novelty." This is so dumb. Following its release, reviews of the Virtual Boy tended to praise its novelty but questioned its ultimate purpose and long-time viability. The LA Times described the gameplay as being at once familiar and strange. The column praised the quality, emotion, and immersive graphics, but considered the hardware tedious and to use and non-portable. In a later column, the same reviewer found the system to be somewhat asocial, but held hope for its future. Reviewing the system shortly after its North American launch, Next Generation said, "Unusual and innovative, the Virtual Boy can be seen as a gamble in the same way that the Game Boy was, but it's a lot harder to see the Virtual Boy succeeding to the same world-conquering extent that Game Boy did." They elaborated that while the sharp display and unique 3D effects are impressive, aspects such as monochrome display and potential vision damage to young gamers severely limit the system's appeal. They added that the software library was decent but failed to capitalize on Nintendo's best-selling franchises because games from The Legend of Zelda and Metroid were absent. The Mario games were not in the same style as the series' most successful installments, and it lacked a system seller to compare with the Game Boy's Tetris. Like, what? Though Nintendo had promised a virtual reality experience, the monochrome display limits the Virtual Boy's potential for immersion. Reviewers often considered the three-dimensional features a gimmick, added to games that were essentially two or even one-dimensional. The Washington Post said that even when a game gives the impression of three-dimensionality, it suffers from hollow vector graphics. Yokoi, the system's inventor, said the system did best with action and puzzle games, although those types of games provided only minimal immersion. Multiple critics lamented the absence of head tracking in the Virtual Boy hardware. Critics found that as a result, players were unable to immerse themselves in the game worlds of Virtual Boy games. Instead, they interacted simply via a controller in the manner of any traditional two-dimensional game. Boyer said the console struggles to merge the two distinct media forms of home consoles and virtual reality devices. Though the device employs some basic virtual reality techniques, it does so like the traditional home console with no bodily feedback incorporated into gameplay. It's just, oh God. Many reviewers complained of painful and frustrating physiological symptoms when playing the Virtual Boy. Bill Frischling, writing for the Washington Post, experienced dizziness, nausea, and headaches. Reviewers attributed the problems to both the monochromatic display and uncomfortable ergonomics. Several prominent scientists concluded that the long-term side effects could be more serious, and articles published in magazines such as Electronic Engineering Times and CMP Media's Tech Web speculated that using any immersive headset such as the Virtual Boy could cause sickness, flashbacks, and even permanent brain damage. Nintendo, in the years after the Virtual Boy's demise, has been frank about its failure. Howard Lincoln, chairman of Nintendo America, said flatly that the Virtual Boy just failed. It just failed. And they're bringing it back? Like, what the fuck? Oh God, this is awful. This is so awful. I can't wait. I cannot wait for this thing to come out and have all of the fucking game reviewers just absolutely shit on this thing. I cannot wait. It's going to be so good to see them absolutely just get fucking demolished. Like, and in all honesty, here's the thing. A lot of these games, okay, are they necessarily for me? No, they're appealing to a family-friendly audience. They're appealing to, like a younger crowd, and there's a couple in there that might be for, older people, like, teens and, early 20s and stuff. But generally speaking, it's all supposed to be family-friendly, and it's all supposed to be, a certain vibe. Until they got to this, I was on board. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Nintendo's doing well. They're really pushing the whole Mario thing. They're doing a lot of stuff. Again, some of it's not my cup of tea. I understand that, but a lot of people are going to go nuts over this. And then I saw this and went, nope, fuck Nintendo. I hope they burn. Yeah, I think it's called Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment or something like that. So basically Zelda goes back in time again. That's what it is. Which, okay, fine. Not my cup of tea, but I can see people really, really liking it and enjoying it, and okay, cool. Right? I get it, but god damn, when this Virtual Boy comes out, holy fuck do I want people to trash it so bad. Even Harold Lincoln said the Virtual Boy just failed. And they're bringing the fucking thing back. I've been on the Screw Nintendo train for a while now. There's a lot of reasons why people are on the Screw Nintendo train, but honestly, with the exception of the Virtual Boy shit, there's a lot of things that people can be excited for when it comes to the Switch and Switch 2, and I don't think that's a bad thing. And this is just talking about the actual, like, Nintendo first-party games, right? Okay, cool. And there's a lot of stuff that's also coming that are third-party games. And that's all well and fine. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are really going to enjoy what's coming out for Switch and Switch 2, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I seriously cannot wait for somebody like Angry Joe or G-Man or any of the other video game reviewer YouTube channels that are like really up there in numbers to fucking shit angrily all over this thing. I can't wait. I absolutely cannot wait. I doubt it'll have much of an impact at all. None of the classic systems Nintendo brings back ever really does so. This will just drop and go like everything else in the Classics catalog. They even brought a GameCube Classic emulator, which is absolutely massive. And have you heard a single thing about that? Okay, but there's a difference. The difference is that all you need is an emulator. Okay? You need an emulator. And that's fine. And then people can play it. Congratulations. You need a whole ass fucking game console to put your game console in. By the way, the game console that you have to put your game console in was notorious for sucking the first time round. And it was so bad that only 14 games ever came out for the fucking thing. Like, yeah. I have no problem with Nintendo pushing the Mario stuff, and especially a lot of the more classic Mario games and the heavy hitters for the Mario franchise and all the Donkey Kong stuff and the Kirby stuff and the Yoshi stuff that they're pushing with this Direct. I think that's all great, right? Absolutely. Focus on your core audience. Focus on stuff you know people are going to love. They love Super Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2. They love Donkey Kong because that's been a big hit. They love Kirby. There's a new Yoshi story that's coming out. That's all cool. That's all good stuff. Hey, look, here's a couple of Pokemon games. Some people might like some of them. Some people might not like others. That's all well and fine, but there's plenty of Pokemon to really go around. Right? Awesome. Then there's this piece of shit. You can call it whatever the fuck you want, True. I don't give a shit. The problem is that you need it in order to play the game. Period. That's it. You can call it whatever you want. The fact of the matter is you still need the fucking thing to play it because Nintendo decided it was going to be a hell of a lot better of an idea to build the same fucking thing without any of the guts in it because it was going to be somehow more cost effective to bring back a piece of shit than actually just fix the fucking game so that it didn't make everyone go cross-eyed and blind. If all you needed to do was just download the fucking game and then you could play it and go, wow, okay, well, now I understand why this thing sucked and the Virtual Boy didn't go much of anywhere. Okay, fine. But at least they did their due diligence in just putting the fucking thing in focus. They didn't even do that. You need this piece of shit. So now there's a whole new generation of people who are going to end up with crippling scoliosis, massive fucking headaches, and God knows what else. Because somebody decided we need to bring back literally the worst thing we've ever created, ever. I will never, ever, ever understand this. Never understand. This is so stupid. This is so galactically stupid. Why? Why would they? I hope they have to pay people to take these things. I sincerely hope they have to pay people to take these things. I never heard of someone having permanent damage from the Virtual Boy. Yeah, you know why? Because everybody threw them out. Because it was only around for a year before they discontinued it. And even then, most people would only play it for, at tops, about an hour before the headache was so bad, they're just like, all right, I'm putting this back in the box. And I remember the one that I had. It was literally in a Nike shoebox. And it sat that way for years. Because after a certain point, I literally just went, this thing's fucking stupid. I can't sit there at night and play it on my bed unless I come up with some stupid fucking contraption or I have a plank of wood that's wide enough in order to do the bipod with. And then, even then, I have to do fucking gymnastics level balancing just so I don't move on the bed and the whole fucking thing tips over. Oh, yeah, I did. Absolutely. So you can't play it on your bed. You have to play it on a desk. But in order to sit there and play it comfortably on a desk, you have to do the book rule. And then you have to have a specific kind of book, or at least multiple of those kinds of books, or one massive fuck-off dictionary that's 80,000 pages long and big enough to prop it up so that you can actually sit up straight. You have to go through all of these things just to play it. That's what you have to do. And it's awful. It's terrible. There's nothing good about this. Nothing. Oh, dear God. Oh, man. Oof. None of my friends had a Virtual Boy. I tried a demo version at a store. I got nauseous a few minutes later. Yeah. People got nauseous. People had headaches. It was awful. It was terrible. This is going to just get brushed aside regardless of what you need for it, even if you don't need an external device to play them, which I'm saying solely because Nintendo doesn't know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to the classic systems emulators. Again, It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the fact that they are banking on the Virtual Boy being a success. They wouldn't keep adding stuff to their classics library if people weren't buying them. That's the point. At some point, Nintendo is going to look at their ledger and go, Nintendo Classics is constantly in the red. Well, that kind of sucks, but that's okay. Maybe in the future, we'll go back to it and we'll add other stuff, and it'll just sit. The idea will sit on a shelf for another 30 years. Right? That's how it works. If it's not making money, then there's no reason to do it. That's how Nintendo thinks, and that's how most people think, right? Virtual Boy sucked from the get-go. So whoever decided that this was a good idea, I guarantee you Harold flat out said, "Oh, fuck." And I feel bad. I feel really, really, really bad for this guy. I can't remember his name for the life of me. I feel so bad for him having to be the guy who's literally standing on the firing line right now because he's supposed to be looking like he's having fun with a piece of shit. That is so fucking awful. My God. That is so bad. Oh. Harold, what's his nuts? I mean, if he is, he's rolling in his grave right now. Like, this is awful. This is so bad. What I gotta see what the comments say. Please tell me they turn comments on. Revealing DLC before the game has even come out is insane. Well, that's fair. I guess the real Mario Galaxy 3 was the ports we remastered along the way. Fair. Crazy to turn 40 the same week Mario turns 40. Okay, yeah, great. Let's see. Adrian Prison. Okay, well, at least I got a time code thing. Baby Mario. Okay. Wait, what is this? Hello, I am here to keep track of all the Rhythm Heaven mentions in these directs. Unfortunately, there is none in this direct until we meet again. Goodbye. Oh, okay. Virtual Boy is the first console in the expansion pack to finish its first-party library. Lol. That's true. That's absolutely true. 1,000,000%. That's so bad. That's so fucking bad. I'm just... Jesus Christ. Please, please, please tell me. Tomodachi. Oh, okay. It's just another time code thing. That's too bad. Let's see. Oh, forcing the Miis to meet each other. Fair. Announcing paid DLC. Announcing paid DLC. $50 amiibos, $35 cardboard, $100 accessories that are mandatory for the games you are already paying to rent, $30 DLC, $20 DLC that's clearly just cut content from the main game, $70 sports games. That's... The new business model isn't creating extra content for games after launch. It's now to hold some of the content to sell as extra on launch. True. Styles on a bike, wears a sick suit, shows beautiful and honestly terrifying landscapes, drops a release date, refuses to elaborate. Fair. Super Mario Galaxy movie, but not making the third game is insane. Knowing Seth Rogen's Donkey Kong isn't in the Super Mario Galaxy movie tells me he's got his on adventure back in the Jungle Kingdom. You know what I mean? I have no idea what he means, honestly. This year, releasing a DLC before the game. Next year, starting a Kickstarter for a complete game. Nintendo about to fail at selling the Virtual Boy twice. True. So true. I love this. Mario Direct starts at 0, obviously. Standard Direct starts at 20 minutes and 6 seconds. Virtual Boy starts at 37:17. And that's all you really need to know. We got the return of Virtual Boy before GTA 6. I just, my God. Charging for an accessory to possibly the worst library of games ever invented is a move, Nintendo. Like, that's Jesus Christ. I'm the Virtual Boy reveal killed me. Yeah, of course it did. Because you're having PTSD flashbacks. Like, that's nuts. 3750, Virtual Boy was Nintendo's biggest flop. Why in the world would we want to revisit this? True. So true. That's, I just, my God. Jesus Christ. I'm just blown away by this. This is insane. This is absolutely insanity. Such a bad fucking idea. Absolutely massive, massive, massive L take for Nintendo. Okay. We have a couple of different things that we can do. It's been a week. It's been a very intense week, I guess would be the best way to put it. What is Virtual Boy's best seller? The Virtual Boy. Like, I'm not even kidding. The fact that anybody bought a Virtual Boy was actually a means to celebrate. It was that fucking bad. And I've played all of the games. None of the games are good. None of them. They were awful. If anything, I think it would probably be Wario. Let's find out. Mario's Tennis? Really? That was fucking terrible. That was absolutely terrible. The Wario game was actually at least somewhat decent. Mario's Tennis was awful. But it says it was Mario's Tennis as it was the pack in-game that came with the console because it was bundled with the hardware. So it naturally achieved higher sales than any other title on the system. There you go. So literally it only sold better than everything else by default because it came with the Virtual Boy. That's how fucking bad this thing was. That's so bad. According to Game Over, Nintendo blamed the machine's faults directly on its creator, Gunpei Yokoi. The commercial failure of the Virtual Boy was reportedly a contributing factor to Yokoi's withdrawal from Nintendo, although he had already planned to retire years prior and then finish the successful Game Boy Pocket, which was released shortly before his departure. According to his Nintendo and colleague Yoshihiro Taki, Yokoi had originally decided to retire at 50 to do as he pleased, but had simply delayed it. Nintendo held that Yokoi's departure was absolutely coincidental to the market performance of any Nintendo hardware. New York Times maintained that Yokoi kept a close relationship with Nintendo. After leaving Nintendo, Yokoi founded his own company, Koto, and collaborated with Bandai to create Wonder Swan, a handheld system competing with the Game Boy. Jesus Christ, the Wonder Swan? I've never even heard of that. What is the Wonder... I'm so I need to know what the Wonder Swan looked like. This has to be bad. Wonder Swan. Oh, dear God. Wow. Okay, that looks pretty crap. I mean, sure, the graphics, like, at least from what I can see, they actually do look better. If Little Fart were to die... Oh, okay. I mean, at least it was decent with the graphics for, you know, the time, I guess. And it definitely was better than, you know, Game Boys that I grew up with. But, Jesus, man. Commercial failure of the Virtual Boy reportedly did little to alter Nintendo's development approach and focus on innovation. The console's focus on peripherals and haptic technology reemerged in later years. The original inventor, Reflection Technology Inc., was reportedly financially devastated by the Virtual Boy's performance, with dwindling operations by 1997. It literally put a company out of fucking business. Holy shit. That's so bad. Jesus. Wow. Okay, we've got a couple of things that we can do. Like I said, it's been a week. It has definitely been a week. I've already talked about stuff, and I'm not going to go back into it. We already know the stuff that I'm talking about in terms of it being a week, right? So we got some stuff we can do. We do have some stuff we can do. Either I can... There's probably like maybe some $10 game or something like this, something like that I could find on Steam that I could probably download and play. Or, and I found this out on Game Pass, they have the remastered Warhammer 40K Space Marine 1, which I haven't played in years. I mean, do they have a new Naked Gun trailer? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen all of them up to date, unless they just released one. Yeah. Last one was 2 months ago, it looks like. Metroid looks fine? Yeah, no, Metroid looks great. I have no issue with Metroid. Looks fine. And I've heard people actually like really like, apparently this actually is really funny.
Thanks. Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over.
One for the memes too. I kind of want to see it. Fair enough.
Who are you?
Drebin. Detective Frank Drebin. Thanks.
Police squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr.
I actually really like the fact that, like, you know, all the characters are supposed to be the sons of the originals. I think that's a really neat callback.
Dad, boy, do I miss you.
And then there's Nordberg, and...
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business. Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
She took a chair. It's true. I mean, she did.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter.
You mean manslaughter?
Must have been quite the joke.
Man's laughter. Okay, it's stupid, but that is absolutely Naked Gun humor.
They're going to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect! Why? Who's gonna arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
Is she serious?
Is he serious?
No.
It seems Mr. Drebin might be more of a problem than we thought. I want you to keep an eye on him.
This oven is disgusting.
Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
What do you want, little one?
Your ass. Nobody messes with Police Squad.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet. Pretty smooth.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
It's stupid as fuck, but that's why it's funny. They need, like, there are at least 2 to 3 generations now who have no idea how funny Naked Gun the Second, Naked Gun 33 and a Third, Police Squad, Spy Hard, and all of the other Leslie Nielsen films were. And it's a crime. And to be honest, I'm really glad that so far I've heard nothing but good things about this new Naked Gun movie. Is there a trailer for the OG? Let me see. There has to be. Yeah, here we go. Oh, Airplane, yep. Another one is Top Secret with a young Val Kilmer.
In this city, there's crime on every street. But one man has seen enough. He's Lieutenant Frank Drebin.
Whatever scum did this, not one man on this force will rest for 1 minute until he's behind bars. Now let's grab a bite to eat.
He's a good cop who's having a bad day. His best friend
Everyone should have a friend like you.
is in a coma.
As soon as Nordberg is better, he's welcome back at Police Squad. But I wouldn't wait until the last minute to fill out those organ donor cards.
His girlfriend asked him to look her up.
Nice beaver.
Thank you. I just had it stuffed.
Let me help you with that.
And his city is in the hands of a master criminal with a sinister plan.
I must kill the queen.
How can any police story contain this much action? This much romance?
I like cops.
All right. Or this much baseball? Starring Leslie Nielsen, a cop who's always on the alert. Mikhail Gorbachev.
I knew it.
Queen Elizabeth, everyone's favorite queen. Priscilla Presley, a woman who really cooks.
How hot and wet do you like it?
Ricardo Montalban.
Frank.
You're both right.
George Kennedy, the partner with an appetite for danger. O.J. Simpson, as you've never seen him before. And Reggie Jackson in his first dramatic role. In a movie so big, it had to be filmed in color. The Naked Gun, from the files of Police Squad.
Coming this Christmas to a theater near you. See you then.
There you go. Naked Gun 2. They have to have a Naked Gun 2 trailer, right? They have to. Yeah, Naked Gun 2.5. The Smell of Fear.
Washington, D.C., where violence explodes every day. But America's toughest cop is pounding a new beat.
Lieutenant Drebin.
The Police Squad is back.
Freeze! Is this some kind of bust?
Very impressive, yes.
They're ready for action.
How you doing, Trooper?
Ready for love.
I'm lonely, I'm lost, I need someone to hold, to love.
Frank. Over here.
And ready for seconds. In the movie that proves you can lead a cop to water, but you can't make him think.
The water's over there, Frank.
Starring Leslie Nielsen.
I don't recall seeing your name on the guest list. Nothing to be embarrassed about. I sometimes go by my maiden name.
If it's not dangerous, he's not interested. Priscilla Presley as the irrepressible Jane. Robert Goulet as Quentin Habsburg.
The truth hurts, doesn't it, Habsburg? Oh, sure. Maybe not as much as jumping on a bicycle with a seat missing, but it hurts.
George Kennedy as Captain Ed Hocken.
Congratulations. I understand that Edna's pregnant again.
Yes, and if I catch the guy who did it. And O.J. Simpson as Nordberg. Step on it. If you only see one movie this year, you ought to get out more often. The Naked Gun 2.5. The Smell of Fear.
Give me the strongest thing you got.
This is a sequel so big, they had to add another half.
No, I've seen the Spaceballs 2 announcement. We'll see how it goes. That's honestly like it's really nothing. Unfortunately, it's just a nothing burger right now.
When law-abiding citizens are forced to live in fear, we look for protection to one man.
Wait, hang on. Hang on a second.
Frank?
Here, I gotta go back. It was always the little shit that always got me with these movies. Dyslexia for cure found. It's just stupid shit like that always fucking cracked me up with these movies. Deep pockets. Limits do not apply to prior, I think it's cases, state appeals court rules.
To one man. Lieutenant Frank Drebin is back. This time, he's going undercover in the big house.
Where's your prison number?
It's unlisted.
And playing the deadliest game of all.
Left hand blue, now go get your head out of my pocket.
But Police Squad desperately needs him back because a mad bomber is about to blow up Hollywood's biggest bash. And if anyone can stop him, so can Frank.
Hold on.
Sergeant Frank Drebin, Detective Lieutenant Police Squad.
Yeah, and I'm Robert De Niro.
Mr. De Niro, we've got to get inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present the...
We're here to prevent a disaster.
You're too late for that.
That's the guy!
Starring Leslie Nielsen as Lieutenant Frank Drebin. Priscilla Presley as Jane. Anna Nicole Smith as Tanya. Fred Ward as Rocco.
Please, and nobody gets hurt. Well, from now on.
Anna Nicole Smith as Tanya. George Kennedy as Ed. O.J. Simpson as Nordberg. And introducing Anna Nicole Smith as Tanya.
Have you seen my pigeon?
Naked Gun 33 and a third. The Final Insult. The movie that hits crime where it hurts. This picture contains mostly all new jokes. May play slightly funnier east of the Rockies.
True. Looney Tunes type Toon Force stuff has never really been shown in live action quite like this stuff either. Well, again, you had all three Naked Gun movies. You had Airplane. You had Airplane 2. You had Top Secret. You had Going Under with Bill Pullman, which is in my opinion, criminally underrated movie. You had Hot Shots. You had Hot Shots Part 2. All of which were fantastic. But this type of comedy is not something that has been done for a very, very, very long time. It just hasn't. Just weird stuff. Like in the new one, you see him driving down the road, yet somehow an arm reaches and giving him a cup of coffee and so on. Just cartoon type logic. Well, that's the whole point. That's always been the point of Naked Gun and all of those other movies that I just listed. They're supposed to be stupid. Like at the beginning of this, right? The entire joke, which you don't see because obviously this is a trailer. This is how trailers used to be, is they don't give you the whole thing. Is Frank and the captain and Nordberg are here and they're supposed to be on a sting. You know what I mean? I will kill you until you die from it. Yes, exactly. Yeah. But they're supposed to be on an undercover thing, right? And they're waiting for the mob guys that you see. These guys, they're waiting for, come on, the three mob guys to come out so that they can arrest them. Which, that's all well and fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? So they go to arrest them, but the joke is that you have this woman, and she lets go of the carriage, and then the carriage starts going down the stairs. Okay, fine. Nordberg is down at the base of the stairs, and he gets the first one, and then there's another woman with a baby carriage who lets go during the firefight. And there's a suicide bomber that comes out. So the second woman gets scared, loses her baby carriage. Then the captain has to go after that baby carriage. And then there's, I can't remember what else comes out through the entryway, but then a third and a fourth and a fifth baby carriage start going down the stairs. And Frank's just sitting there doing stupid shit, like firing his gun blindly and finding a buffalo, nickel and picking it up and going, and putting it in his pocket while he's firing. Meanwhile, Nordberg is down here literally playing football with babies because the baby carriages are tipping over and the babies are flying out and everything like that. That was the point. It was really stupid, but that's what made it so funny. Was this a spoof of The Untouchables? Yes. Yeah. Was that Mark Alamo? Yes, Mark Alamo is in this movie. Yep. The part where they crash into the parking meter and an ungodly amount of coins comes out of it. Yeah. It's stupid stuff like that. Or in, I think it was the first Naked Gun trailer for the original, right? You have the guys fishing and they just, to park the car, they just ram it into the they ram it into the side of the dock, right at one of the posts, and a guy who was sitting there just falls off the post, and they just get out like nothing happened. It's stupid stuff, but that's the point. That's absolutely the point. Or even in this one, right, where they keep going, and Anna Nicole Smith as Tanya, because she's got insanely large tits, right? And let's be honest, she was an absolute bombshell back in the day. Like, she really was. She was drop dead gorgeous back in the day, right? So they're going to play it up, and they absolutely played it up, and it was fucking hilarious. So I'm really, really glad to see that maybe we're going to see, you know, hopefully this does well enough where you might see others hopefully follow. I'm surprised Liam Neeson is doing it. I'm not surprised. I think Liam Neeson was actually a really, really good pick. My biggest fear was that people weren't going to get it. That was my biggest fear. I can totally see Liam Neeson being really, really funny. I can absolutely see him being really, really funny. But, yeah, I'm just surprised people get it at all. He said he was done with action-affiliated sort of roles. Well, yes, but he's also talking about where you have Taken, where it takes 27 jump cuts for him to do something that should take a grand total of 4 seconds, but somehow ends up taking 3.5 minutes because they have to show him jumping over a fence from every single angle. Right? That shit gets really tiring. But this isn't action. There is action in it, but it's not straight action. It's a comedy movie, and it's supposed to be a spoof on action movies, police noir, and so on, and different things that are going on with different movies and different topics and so on. So it's the whole thing is supposed to be satire on literally everything. He's like 70 years old too? And so what? I mean, Leslie Nielsen was like fucking 800 and still making movies. I'm pretty sure 2025 Anna Nicole Smith is quite the opposite. Of course, she's dead. I'm sure she's drastically different. Even though she had more plastic in her than a Barbie doll, true. True. But, I mean, she was still drop dead gorgeous. She just was. Everybody knew it. Yeah, Leslie's dead now. He's been dead for a while. I can't remember when he died. Hang on. Let me do this. Leslie Nielsen. Yeah, he died in 2010. So he's been dead for 15 years. Almost 15 years. Oh yeah, no, Anna Nicole Smith, her shit was really, really sad. Hers was really, really sad. She married a billionaire, and he was like fucking 87 or something like that. And most people think it's probably got something to do with the fact that he was like a billionaire, right? But he ended up dying. She got basically everything. There was a huge court battle because his family got like nothing. And then I want to say her son committed suicide. I want to say that's what happened. And she really took it hard, like insanely hard. And that's when she ballooned out of control in terms of her weight and everything else. And she was also popping a lot of pills and getting drunk all the time. And they even did a reality show with her for a little while where you were clearly seeing she was taking prescription medication with alcohol, and she was so fucked. Like, I mean, she could barely form a coherent sentence most of the time. And then she went to therapy, and because I think she had a health scare or something like that after all the drugs and all the drinking. And then she started to lose weight again, and she was actually looking really, really good. And then the depression set in again because of her son, and she ended up quite literally dying of a broken heart. She was really, really, really bad. She was really bad. Either that or OD. Yeah, hang on, let's see. How did Anna Nicole Smith's son die? Accidental drug overdose, that's what it was. Yeah. Combination of drugs, including methadone and antidepressants. But yeah, she took it insanely hard. Yeah, no, it was not pretty at all. She really did take it insanely, insanely hard. Because if I do this, Anna Nicole Smith, again, gorgeous. She looks gorgeous. This, by the way, is the billionaire that she married. 89-year-old billionaire that she married. Which everybody went, what the fuck? But then, after all of the fame and all of the money and marrying a billionaire and all this other shit, let me see if I can find her when she was at her worst, because it was really fucking bad. It was insanely bad. Yeah, it was not, but we were close. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was her when she was really, really, really bad. It's not a pretty sight, like, and that's because of, again, depression, drugs, alcohol, depressive eating, and just like a bunch of different things. And then she lost a lot of weight, and she actually was really starting to look good again, and really starting to be, look good with herself. Or feel good about herself, and then the depression hit again, and yeah, it just went terribly for her. It really did. It really, really did. Yeah, there we go. You see how awful she looks? Even in this. Like, it was so bad. It really was. And it really was a sad thing. It really, really was sad. So, yeah, I mean, like, it was one of those deals where there was really nothing to laugh about. It never really goes away. No, it doesn't. But it really was this whole, like, sad story for her. So, yeah. But, I mean, in all honesty, I'm really, really glad that the Naked Gun is doing as well as it is. I hope that means we'll be getting more. I think that'd be really cool. But you never know. I think everybody was really pulling for her. I mean, aside from the fact that, like, well, it wasn't even her, but aside from the fact that, like, the camera crews, especially in that reality show that she had, tried to make her look so incredibly stupid, and they pushed the stupid angle, which was also really sad, because it wasn't necessarily that she was the smartest person in the room, but she definitely wasn't that bad, and it was compounded by the drugs plus alcohol and the depression. So she came off as really fucking dumb. And it was just, it really was a train wreck watching the media just eat her alive. That's really all it was. Like, they really ate her alive, and it was really, really, really sad to watch. Also, I'm just waiting for Space Marine to finish doing its thing. It's taking its sweet time, because it's one of those where it's like, it starts, it stops, it starts, it stops, and so on. Depression is a motherfucker? Oh, God, yeah. 100% it is. And to be fair, most, if not all of us here in this chat have had it. Right? Myself included. We've all had it. Maybe not bipolar disorder, but we've all had depression in one way, shape, or form, and we all know how that feels. Even if it's, just a slight modicum of what she felt, we know how bad it can get. And yeah, just watching her get torn apart by the media and in that show, and watching her just spiral out of control, it really, really, really was sad. It was not a fun thing at all. Like, what was her name? Jessica Simpson? I think that's who the other one was. Jessica Simpson, right? She kind of went through the same thing, but Jessica Simpson, unfortunately, is also really, really, really not the brightest bulb in the knife drawer, right? But even watching Jessica Simpson balloon up like she did, and then go through her weight loss stuff and try to come back, and now it looks like she's done some plastic surgery, maybe. I don't know. But even Jessica Simpson stuff wasn't even remotely close to how bad Anna Nicole Smith was. Like, Anna Nicole Smith's was terrible. The media was not kind. No, they weren't. They really, really were. But you also have to remember, this is also back during the time where, and I can't remember the name of the show, but it was basically like people were hooked up to a polygraph before the show, the contestants were, and they were asked certain questions, and all of them answered truthfully to certain questions, and then they would be brought out on stage and asked the same questions, and each question they answered truthfully on stage in front of an audience, they would win, like, they'd get closer to like $1 million. I can't remember what the name of it was. And I bring this game show up specifically because of the type of media that we had at the time. The people that really ran Anna Nicole Smith through the ringer are the same people that did this show, but took it so far to the point where literally they had a woman who, for multiple reasons, obviously wanted $1 million and took it all the way, but did so by answering the question if she had ever had an affair with her husband sitting in the fucking audience. So, I mean, they were out to exploit literally anyone and everyone, and it was really, really, really sad. It was really sad, and I'm glad that that shit's kind of gone. I mean, I understand that there's a lot of people that, like, they really like the drama and all that shit, but to me, that stuff is what happened after. I'd have to remember the name of the game show, if I'm being honest. Let me see if I can find it really quick. I'll put it on the BRB screen, and then after this, we'll get into Space Marine. Game show where contestants take a polygraph. Moment of Truth. That's what it was called. Moment of Truth. Okay. On the 5th episode, which aired in 2008, contestant Lauren Clary truthfully admitted over the course of play that she had been fired for stealing money from an employer. She believed that her ex-boyfriend, who was present and asked this question, is the man she should be married to, and that since her wedding day 2 days 2 years earlier, she had sexual relations with someone other than her husband. After truthfully admitting to these actions, with her mother staring furiously at her and her husband sitting with his head in his hands, she was eliminated for answering yes on the question of whether she believes she is a good person. The intro of this episode featured a disclaimer by host Mark L. Wahlberg, in which he claimed it was highly debated whether or not the episode should even be aired, and he was against it being aired, calling it the most uncomfortable situation he has ever been in on television. Clary, who could have stopped and left with $100,000 based on her already dramatic revelations, later said that she continued trying to win more money in order to achieve fame and fortune. And the media preyed on people. Like, this was shit that the media, I mean, they would orgasm all over the place for. Orgasm all over the place for stuff like this. It was absolutely insane. It really, really was. All right, let me switch over. I guess it helps if I spell space correctly, doesn't it? Oh, that's the wrong Space Marine. Shit. That's Space Marine 2, which, by the way, Space Marine 2 is really, really good, but wasn't the one I wanted. There we go. Yeah, it usually helps. Most of the time. Okay, I'm just waiting on it to start up. Anytime Space Marine. Oh my dear sweet Jesus. There we go. Holy shit. Well, Well, now that our eardrums have exploded. Okay. Go to options, audio. Holy fuck. Turn that down. Turn this back up. Subtitles, all that good stuff. Apply settings. Nope. I want to go this way. There we go. Yes, start. New campaign. We'll do normal. I think I'm gonna have to turn this down even more. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn this down even more. This is insanely loud. But to be fair, the game still looks great.
Captain Titus, the Orcs have massacred the Forge World's forces. And they have taken the planetary defense weapons.
Clever of the damned Orcs. Keeps us off their backs while they loot the Titan war machine.
Brace for evasive maneuvers.
Pilot, report.
Starboard engine is dead, Sergeant. We are losing altitude.
Get the ship to safety. We'll find another way down.
Aye, Captain. Thunderhawk Lancer Jove returning to launch bay.
This is your plan.
We need to get to the surface to take out the gun battery. Or you want to go home already, Sergeant?
Not before having a word or two with the Orcs.
Is that wise, Captain? The Codex Astartes does not support this action.
Try to keep up.
Jesus. Okay, hang on. Let me go into audio. No, that's audio log. Gameplay options. Here we go. Turn this down even more, because holy shit. Good. Maybe. We'll find out. Nope. Still too much. Oh, okay, hang on. Was I hang on. Put that there. No. Put that here. Master sound volume. There. Now apply settings. That's better. Still a little bit too low. Or a little bit too loud, rather. Hang on. I'll turn sound effects volume down. That might help. I'm not really worried about the music, because the music's fine now. Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah. Jesus, I really had to turn that shit down. Come on. There we go.
Get off my ship, Space Marine! You're gonna die!
There we go. There we go. Best way to deal with those assholes. I'm so glad I turned this down. That absolutely would have just made everyone's ears bleed. Nice.
Captain Titus, come in.
Holy shit. Okay. Speech volume. Wow, that was ear-shattering.
Damned orcs shot me off course. I've had no word from Leandros, but I'm picking up Vox chatter from Imperial Guard forces on the ground.
I scarcely thought anyone would be left alive, much less still fighting.
Heading towards the front lines now.
I will meet you there.
See, I loved the second one, but not for the multiplayer. I like the multiplayer in the sense that, like, you can customize your Space Marine, but I was a big fan of the campaign. Nice. Okay, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yep, got it. But see, I also, like, really, really, really love this world and all the lore and all that shit.
Destroy them!
Space Marine 2 is your entry point, so that makes it... Oh, God, yes. Absolutely it does.
Codex Astartes warns against using jump packs To leap blindly into enemy fire, and for good reason.
Your days as a novice are behind you. Why do you still interpret the Codex so narrowly?
I look to its rules for guidance.
We all do. But there are also benefits to thinking for yourself. Yes.
Okay, so that guy, Leandros. Oops. He is in Space Marine 2, he's the guy with all the skull shit. But we don't know that when we first go into playing Space Marine 2. But that's who it is. But yeah, playing Space Marine 2 first, or seeing it first, absolutely makes a difference. Because, like, I played Fire Warrior when it first came out. That really sucked. I had played Dawn of War 2. I didn't play Dawn of War 3. But I had played 2 of the Dawn of War games. I had been watching YouTube videos and battle reports and like all this other stuff, and I downloaded all the codexes and read all the lore and researched a lot of stuff and like did all that stuff. So then finally Space Marine comes out, right? Space Marine comes out, and it's unlike anything else that's ever been, and everybody loved it. And then, yeah, THQ went tits up actually shortly after this game, if I remember correctly. And we were like, oh, great, there's never going to be another game like Space Marine. Fantastic. The Marines, they don't know how to think for themselves. Well, that's actually kind of one of the things in the lore that they talk about, which is really, really funny. So, Ultramarines are supposed to be like the ultimate Space Marine, right? Because their Primarch, Rabute Gilliman, who everybody calls Robot Girly Man, he's supposed to be like the paragon of what a Space Marine is supposed to be, right? He's essentially the golden child, and all of the Space Marines under him come from his DNA. So they're all in one way, shape, or form basically a part of him and are supposed to be the best of the best. And that's why the Ultramarines are kind of like always all over the place in Warhammer 40k. But the problem is that they weren't, but most of them weren't born of Rabute Gilliman. So they also have their own prejudices. They also have their own ways of thinking and so on. So every once in a while, you just get this really dumb asshole. And unfortunately, that's Leandros. Yeah, the guy's name is, the Primarch's name is Rabute Gilliman. I'm not even kidding. And that is a whole lot to say in 2 words, right? So everybody just calls him Robot Girly Man. Yeah, it really is a mouthful.
Sedona's picked up local Imperial Guard communications. They survived under the shadow of that gun. I want to know how.
Servo Skull! It's Bob! Nice.
Keep firing! Keep firing!
Wasn't a bad game. No. As far as the campaign, I loved the campaign, for sure.
If not for the lieutenant.
Where will we find this lieutenant?
At the front lines. Follow the trench network to the lieutenant's command bunker.
Carry on, guardsman. We rendezvous with Sedonis, then we find this lieutenant. We need updated intel on the gun battery.
So, long story short, because chances are we're not going to play through this whole thing, but long story short, what ends up happening in this, the events that happen in this game lead to Titus, who's the character that you play in both Space Marine games. He ends up being, I guess the best way to put it is ostracized for things that happen in this game. He gets ostracized from the Ultramarines, right? And he becomes what is called what's called a Black Shield. And he joins a very elite group of Space Marines that are separate from the Ultramarines and other Space Marine chapters, and they're known as the Death Watch. And the Death Watch, they specialize, think of them like special forces, right? They specialize in killing Xenos, aliens, right? He becomes what's called a Black Shield in the Death Watch, which means that because he was ostracized, he no longer carries the mark of the Space Marine chapter that he was in, which is a grave dishonor most of the time. There are a few exceptions, such as, let's say, the original Legion or the original chapter that you were part of as a Space Marine, they all turned traitor, but you're still a loyalist Space Marine. You can go in as a Black Shield because you don't have any chapter or Legion that you swear fealty to. So it may not necessarily be like a mark of punishment, but it's not necessarily a good thing either. So he joins he becomes part of the Death Watch as a Black Shield, and then he gets all fucked up in the beginning of Space Marine 2, and then they bring him back, and the Librarian, which was the guy covered in fucking skulls, he basically says, listen, the Ultramarines need you again. Kind of like Ronin? I mean, I can see the analogy, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad one, but let's say yes, but only if Ronin still served the Emperor. So everybody still serves the Emperor, right? Regardless of what Legion or chapter they're a part of, or even if they're part of the Death Watch or, any of the other, like, special forces shit. Even if they are a Black Shield, they are still serving the Emperor. They're just doing it by other means other than just being a regular Space Marine kind of deal. So yeah, Ronin fits, but only if it's Ronin who are tasked with taking on the most difficult missions and stuff like that in service of the Emperor. One of those deals, right? So then the Librarian, Leandros, comes to him, and Titus doesn't realize who it is. He doesn't know who this Librarian is. And Leandros tells him, your penance has been served. We need you back in the in the Ultramarines. And he goes, okay, but at the same time, I'm old, and I don't really deserve it, and I don't think I'd fit in anymore. And they said, no, you don't understand. You're going to be going through a process to make you a Primaris Space Marine, which is basically just an even more bulked up, stronger, faster, smarter version of a regular Space Marine. So if a regular Space Marine is about 7 feet tall, a Primaris Space Marine would be like 8.5, 9 feet tall, kind of deal. But the problem is that they don't know if he's actually going to live or not, because it's like they give you like a very low percentage in terms of survivability, which is why most people don't, even the older Space Marines typically don't go through with it, because it'd just be a waste of resources. You can always use the older Space Marines as cannon fodder. But he goes through with it on the deal that he gets to go back to the Ultramarines and his record is expunged. And they say, okay, he survives the operation and then goes back, and then the rest of the events of Space Marine 2 happen. That's what the fuck?
The bunker is beyond that.
That's the short version.
Remarkable. A few hundred against 1 million orcs, and they fight on.
No. Get off! My legs. I can't feel my legs.
I need to see a Space Marine before the end.
Titus gets shredded at the end of the first. Oh god, yeah, he does. 1,000,000%. Yeah, he absolutely does. So in this one, he's just an Ultramarine.
Captain, I'm in position at a broken monument near the guard lines.
But then he becomes a Primaris Space Marine in number 2.
Sergeant, I see you found something to keep you busy.
Worry not, Captain. I've saved some orcs for you. The orcs have got that gun well defended, no mistake. But typical orc behavior would be to dismantle or destroy the gun.
And certainly not use it to keep our forces at bay. There's a strategy behind it. Their leader is no fool.
This day is getting interesting.
I'm sad to say, while I like Alien Earth, yep, it's the current thing. Jesus. It's the current thing. Type of tropes are getting more and more apparent, I think. I don't know. I understand a lot of people like Alien Earth. I just feel like they're constantly harping on, we always need to go back to Ripley, right? Or if they don't, they bring in something so stupid that it's just like, why? What was the point? They really need to be ahead of the game and not just be in front. I agree. So playing this would probably be helpful? Yeah. Yeah, it probably would. And it's fun.
Jump to the surface.
That was the orc ship I saw crash near here, I take it. He survived.
If the Horde hasn't turned on itself, it's still under his control.
Yeah, I know. How futuristic is an advanced lithium-ion battery? There's better technology for what are just children and animatronics at this point. Yeah, it's and again, it comes down to writing when it comes to Alien Earth, and that's kind of the problem. They're trying to do a Peter Pan and the Lost Boys kind of thing, and it doesn't fit. And the other problem with Alien Earth is that here is a complete fucking idiot of a trillionaire who thinks he's hot shit because he's the youngest person to ever become a trillionaire. And even though he's got plans within plans, he's still galactically stupid. In literally just the sense that he's made these people into synthetic people, but he sends them out on a mission to go recover all the Weyland-Yutani stuff. But they're literally 11 to 14-year-olds trapped inside adult bodies. When was the last time it was ever a good idea to send an 11 to 14-year-old into combat? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And it shows that it doesn't make any sense very, very, very quickly. And that was my problem with Alien Earth. I haven't seen the latest episode yet, but yeah, it's really, really tough for me to sit there and go, oh yeah, this is good, because it's got so many problems. Nice.
Dropship incoming!
Jesus Christ. There we go. Oh! I mean, I had no health, so I should have seen that coming. Latest one has some kind of dark psychological shit in it, if you think about the type of theme. I like the eye bug about it for the creatures as a side. I mean, it's not that they're bad. It's not like any of that stuff is bad. It's just they want to rush through everything, and that's what sucks. Like, they don't allow anything to breathe.
Dropship incoming!
Peacemaker is a bit better paced. Season 2 is out. I saw that. I actually really want to see that. But I did see that it was out, which is really cool.
Space Marines, thank you. We thought we were done for.
Where is your commander, Guardsman?
Inside, but the door is sealed.
I believe they will let us through. Imperial Guard, we are Ultramarines. Open this door.
Space Marines. Word from the second record. Another horde of the Greenskins are headed here from the south. And Gretchen stuck a knife in Saul's throat 2 months ago.
Reinforce their position, hold the line, and stay alive.
Aye, Lieutenant.
Thank the Emperor. Second Lieutenant Mira, 203rd Cadian Regiment.
Captain Titus, of the Ultramarines.
You are in command.
I'm all that's left, my lord. Unless my commanders rise from the grave. So far, they seem content to stay put.
Lieutenant, the scouts have returned to forward base.
How many?
2.
Damn. I sent out 10. That damn gun. We don't have the numbers to make an assault. And as you might have seen, it's shooting down all our support vessels.
That is why we are here. Leave the gun to us.
Come with me, then. I should warn you, my lords. We've got a slight orc problem down here.
Only a slight orc problem. Oh, hello.
Genetic scan complete. Adeptus Astartes. Access authorized.
Nice. T to enter Fury mode. All your close combat attacks are enhanced and you regain health. Fury mode drains the Fury meter, ending when the meter is empty. Done.
What do you know of the Titans on this planet?
Only that our troops were sent to guard the Titan Invictus at Manufactorum Ajakis. But that was 2 weeks ago, and we've lost contact with them.
We need to reach that Titan.
Your fastest route is across the rail bridge behind the gun complex. It leads directly to the western gates of the Manufactorum.
Oh, Dexter? Dexter was good.
Stuck on bloody Forge World and not a single tech priest in sight.
Form a down firing line.
Feel the Emperor's
Oh, there's Bob. Nice. We got Bob. Got to hear the original surprise, motherfucker? Nice. There we go. Nice. Get fucked.
The Orcs hold the trenches beyond the ruins and the battlements beyond that.
And the gun battery?
The Orcs took it almost as soon as we got here, nearly 2 weeks ago. Our unit was the only one to make landfall before they gained control. Now none of our ships can get past the gun.
It does. Yeah, it's a lot like 2 in terms of just general mechanics, which nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It takes a little getting used to, only because I think the mechanics in 2 are a lot more well refined, but for what this was and when it came out, it was really well done. For sure.
Weapons authorization confirmed. Access granted.
Or 2 was more of this? Yeah, I think 2 was just more well refined. In all honesty, I really feel like that's what it was. It was just better refined. They've added, like, in Space Marine 2, they've added more stuff in terms of like how you do the glory kills and whatnot. In this, it's easy. You hit F to stun them, and then you hit E, and he does whatever glory kill he does. And there's only like 2 or 3 of them, right? Whereas in Space Marine 2, there are certain conditions that need to be met in order to get the glory kills off, and so on. But it's still the general premise. You stun them, and when they're stunned, then you can get the glory kill. And that's cool. The blood is definitely, a lot better in 2. There's more customizable options in 2, and so on. But it's the same kind of combat and so on, which is just better overall than pretty much any other Warhammer 40k game out there. Because a lot of the stuff is either RTS or turn-based strategy. That's typically what most of the other stuff is. So it's a welcomed addition.
That's where the Orcs breached the gun battery. We haven't been able to make it inside the wall. There just aren't enough of us.
You have survived this long on your own, Lieutenant. You have done well. But you are no longer alone. We will retake the gun. You will get your reinforcements.
I'll hold you to that, Captain.
The only other, like, really big difference is you do fight chaos in both games. But there are no, well, I don't know about now, but this is primarily orcs in chaos, whereas in Space Marine 2, it's Tyranids in chaos. Orcs are funny, and I think if there's like one thing that I wish they had done with the orcs in Space Marine 1, it's to actually make them funny. And I understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to make it a serious game and try and really immerse you in the world and everything like that. And I don't think that's a bad thing either. But I would have liked a little bit of the comedy that you get with orcs. So, for instance, orcs really love painting their bikes red. And it's because they're stupid enough to think that red makes them go faster. But because it's also space magic, whatever they think actually works. So in a roundabout way of doing it, because they think red makes them go faster, it does actually make them go faster if they paint something red. Or, here's another one. Orcs are stupid, generally, right? They're generally really, really stupid. With a few exceptions, they are really stupid. But they are so stupid that and this is actually canon, this is part of the lore, that they ended up getting on to a Necron's ship because they fight anybody and everything, right? So they ended up getting onto a Necron's ship that's out in space. Well, the Necrons are already dead, and they're basically just souls trapped in essentially an alien Terminator robot. So they don't need to breathe. So there's no such thing as life support. But because the orcs didn't know that the life support wasn't on, they also don't have to worry about breathing because they just assumed that when you're in a ship, you can breathe. Like, it's that stupid, but that's what makes it funny. Or there's the story of how there was an entire group of orcs that got sucked out of a ship because they were traveling really, really, really fast, and one rolled down the window because he wanted to stick his head out and feel the wind. That's another canon story that actually happened in this world, or in this universe. Stupid shit like that. Or like the Imperium, when they wipe out a thing of orcs, they'll look at like technology that orcs have, right? So it could be like an orc, essentially like an orc truck, right? And they'll find out that there's literally nothing about the truck that actually makes it work. And instead what they'll find is they might find a brick inside where the engine should be, and then written on the brick, it just says vroom. But because it's an orc, and an orc doesn't know any better, they just found a really big brick and shoved it in where the engine should be and wrote vroom on it, and because of how their powers work, it made the truck work. So all they needed was a brick that said vroom. Like, I wish they had put stuff like that in Space Marine 1, but they didn't.
We're heading back to the command post, Captain. Good luck.
Orcs are really, really fucking stupid, but that's what makes them so funny. Space magic is a motherfucker. It really is.
Orcs on the high ground.
But that's what I love about the orcs too, because with the orcs, and this is why the orcs are generally dumb, is because there are a few orcs that actually have been like insanely smart, but they had to like genetically alter themselves even as an orc to be an even bigger and more powerful orc, because the smarter they become, the more they realize that everything that they're doing isn't real. And when they realize that what they're doing isn't real, they actually lose their magical powers. So the dumber you are as an orc, the better off you are because everything just works and you don't realize how stupid it actually is. Which is why there are very, very, very few smart orcs. Because I think almost all of the actual, like, smart orcs are long dead because they couldn't rely on their space magic anymore, which is actually really kind of funny. So they, like, when they're like, books, who needs books, right? Because they're just like, no, you take brick, you write vroom, vroom makes it go, it goes, and it works. But that's also why they're so dangerous, is because they're so fucking stupid and everything just works. And funny thing, orcs are essentially mushroom people. That's also canon, which is really, really funny. They're not born, they're spawned. So what happens is like if you have like an orc ship, what they'll do is an orc ship they'll fly by a planet and they'll drop all these seeds. And it'll come in looking like a mist kind of deal, and then everything will settle, and these seeds will burrow into the ground, and from these seeds, like mushrooms, orcs pop up out of the ground. So they're very, very, very difficult to get rid of, because the only way to actually ensure that no more orcs pop up out of the ground is to literally just napalm or nuke the entire planet. Otherwise, you're just always going to have orc problems. Come on, dude. I still, me personally, I want to see stuff with the Eldar. I want to see stuff with the Eldar. I want to see more stuff with the Necrons. Because the Eldar are fucking insane. Like, really fucking, really bad. The Eldar they're essentially space elves, right? The thing that, and they're batshit insane, but the reason why they're so dangerous is because there's only like a very small group of Eldar that broke off from the rest of them that went, wow, you guys are fucking crazy. All the other Eldar basically ended up giving in to their primal and carnal instincts. So they eventually, after millennia, they ended up turning into a race of aliens that do nothing but fuck and torture fuck and like all this other shit to not only their enemies but also each other. And their lust for the more grotesque and their lust for pleasure and pain and everything else actually like became so powerful that you have these things called chaos gods. And their insatiable lust for all of this shit became so great that they actually fucked a god, a chaos god, into existence. So because of all of the absolute batshit insane stuff that they were doing, and all the fucking and everything else, they literally fucked a brand new chaos god into existence. And then that chaos god is literally the god of pleasure and the god of pain and torture and everything else. And then, to make matters worse, the Eldar who fucked this god into existence all succumbed to this god and went even more insane than they already were. So now, if they capture somebody, what they'll do is they'll fuck them, then torture them, then they will torture fuck them, and then when they finally get bored of all the torturing and fucking, they will peel the skin off of people and use the skin as a lampshade or use the skin as a coat or whatever. But they're not done with you yet, because then they'll take their space magic and turn you into a piece of furniture. So now, as a human, you could quite literally be a couch for an Eldar that is in constant pain and forced to live in constant agonizing pain for eternity, or until they get bored with you and find another human that they can turn into a bigger, better couch. And only then will they kill you. Like, the lore for this universe is absolutely fucking insane, and I love all of it. It is just so good. I'm trying to think, what else did they... Oh, yeah. They used to have... And I think there's probably some people that do, like, homebrew shit. They used to have a chapter of Space Marines that were traitors, if I remember correctly. They were part of a traitor legion, and they were called Noise Marines. And literally what it was is they were Space Marines, but because this was made in, if I remember correctly, 1983, by a bunch of guys who were on acid, they thought it would be really, really cool to have Noise Marines. So Noise Marines, they essentially look like Kiss in combat armor, in like Space Marine combat armor, but they wielded psychic guitars. And when the guitars were used, it would send out sonic waves that were so powerful it would make everybody's head explode. Like, the shit that they do in this universe is fucking crazy.
Once we get through these battlements, we will use the breach caused by the rock to enter the gun fortress.
I wish Sober was here so we could, like, just geek the fuck out the entire time. Ooh, that's not good. Error 500? I think that means it doesn't exist anymore. Dropped triple flush. Oh, damn.
Look at these cables. They must be powering orc contraptions across the battlefield. Captain, assault support pods were dropped in this
Totally blew it up. Fair. That will happen. Fire the jump pack, blast to the ground. Got it.
Take to the high ground, Captain.
Okay.
We will deal with the orcs down here.
No, I've been taking a ton of fiber and stuff for some gut issues. Finally broke loose. Love the ground pound in 2. Oh, the ground pound was awesome in 2. Oh yeah, they are very squishy. There we go. Nice. I can only play this on PC. Well, I know it's on Game Pass, which is where I got this from. Right.
This fortress is swarming with orcs. Clearing this place will take days.
Those guardsmen cannot survive that long. We find a way to destroy the gun.
I do like destroying the gun. Ooh, vengeance launcher.
A vengeance launcher.
That sounds promising.
Magnetized fusion charges which adhere to walls and enemy armor. Nice. Ooh.
Lockdown in effect.
Look here, Captain. Melter charges.
Put those in the right place, and this whole fortress will come down.
We could put the charge on one of the gun's shells.
Leandros, you do the chapter proud.
Melta bombs.
Shell storage is below.
There we go. I can't wait for Space Marine 3. I think Space Marine 3 is going to be a lot of fun. But again, I really hope they... Like, I love the orcs. I think it'd be cool if they had, like, another story to do with the orcs. I'd really like to see, the Eldar, like, facing the Eldar, or facing the Necrons, stuff like that. Or even the Tau. Like, fighting the Tau would be really cool, too. Just get away from chaos. At least for a time. We don't always need to fight chaos. Oh, there's Bob. Like, maybe that I know, like, that's not something you usually want to say. I get it, but chaos, I think, gets overplayed by a lot. Toasting in your chair. No, I was just saying, like, I'd love to play Space Marine 3. I just really hope they do something other than chaos. Like, in terms of an enemy. Because we get chaos in Space Marine 1. We get chaos in Space Marine 2. And that's okay. That's fine. But I'd love to see the Tau. I'd love to see the Necrons. I'd love to see the Eldar. Something we haven't seen before. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, chaos can be cool, and, you know, Grandpa Nurgle loves you for who you are and all that happy horse shit. right? And then you have Slaanesh, but I don't think they're going to want to push the Slaanesh angle too much because that's the sex god, right? So they're only going to be able to do, you know, so much before they get that AO rating. Okay, I get it, right? Corn, blood for the blood god, got it, understood, you know, things like that. Okay, fine, but that gets tiring after a while. I'd like to see the Tau. I'd like to see the Necrons. I'd like to see the Eldar. I think there's a lot of things that you could do. We get the orcs in this one. We get the Tyranids in Space Marine 2, but both games end up with chaos, so it's like, give me something new. Definitely give me something new. Chaos is cool. You can do a lot of cool things with chaos, but after a while, it's just, It's kind of like the same dog and pony show you always end up seeing with chaos. And most of the Traitor Legions anyway, so... Unless there's some, like, really, really, really cool thing you can figure out with them, in my opinion, don't bother. That's really just how I feel about it. Like, there's some things you can only get away with in books. And that's okay. Yeah, fuck dealing with those guys. Jesus.
Here, Captain. We need to get the shell into that loader.
That's a big bullet. That's a really big
I will
bullet.
place the charge on that shell. Now to move the shell into place.
feed it right into the gun's chamber.
We cannot rely on luck for this, Sedonis. We follow the shell up and make sure it reaches its destination.
Aye. Now back to the lift.
Okay, which way am I going? Not this way. This is 4:30. Gonna be up at 7:30. Arsenal and Forest. Don't want to miss that. No, absolutely. Go for it, dude. Have yourself a good night.
We seem to have annoyed you.
And have fun with the game, for sure. You get a copy of EA Sports FC25 writing on that match? Nice.
This is not a drill.
Ooh. Yes, all the ammo, please. Yeah, I can't see him. Nice. Probably picking this up when you get paid. I mean, like I said, it's on Game Pass, so if you still have Game Pass, couldn't hurt to try it that way.
There, secondary lift.
Come on, boys. There we go. Yay, ammo. Ooh, what's this? Nice. Marksman mode. Marksman mode ends when the Fury... Okay. Does not affect turreted weapons. Oh, time slows down. Gotcha. I love that joke in History of the World Part 1.
There's our shell. The orcs have pulled it out of sequence. Then we put it back. Leandros, get the shell into that loader. I will cover you.
Priming gun battery.
Incoming fire. Incoming. Enemy sighted.
Ow. Okay, try that again. Yep, got that. Okay.
There's our shell. The orcs have pulled it out of sequence. Then we put it back. Leandros, get the shell into that loader. I will cover you.
Reset for firing sequence.
To war! Fire.
Priming gun battery.
Incoming.
Oh! What the hell hit me there? Damn. I have absolutely no idea what just smoked me.
Authorization is Stargate Alpha. The Emperor be with you, Space Marine.
Yeah, I know.
Gun
Then we put it back. Leandros, get the shell into that loader. I will cover you. For the Empire.
Incoming.
Enemy sighted.
That's what hit me. Fucking squigs, man.
Hold the line.
There we go.
Better off seeing this fortress detonated outside.
Agreed. Find an exit.
Nice.
The guardsmen will get their supplies now.
Captain Titus, you are a man of your word, my lord. Thank you.
What is your situation, Lieutenant?
We're gathering our wounded and are heading to the Andres habitation block to establish an outpost. With the cannon down, our support craft will land there.
Very well. My battle brothers and I must secure any operational Warlord-class Titans before the Orcs can loot them.
Good luck.
Oh boy. Nope. Do we have a servo skull? No. No more Bob. Damn it. Is there a Bob over here? No. Damn it.
Now that bridge is a testament to the might of the Imperium.
The Adeptus Mechanicus are masterful architects.
Their work outlived all of them.
What in Guilliman's name is that?
Yeah, that can't be good.
Did the lieutenant not say these tracks went to the complex housing the Titan?
That thing is a battering ram.
Nice. Okay. Come on, poke your head out again, please. Of course he's not going to poke his head out. Son of a bitch. These guys aren't doing very well. Nice. Hey, buddy. Ah, there's Bob. Nice. Seemed like it'd be up your alley since it's Trek related. What? Cancellation of Star Trek Prodigy, it doesn't make any sense. Let me take a look at this really quick. Let me take a look. K-Mal Grew still furious about the cancellation of Star Trek Prodigy. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. When Star Trek Prodigy was picked up by Netflix in 2023, there was hope the streaming giant would order a third season. Alas, that didn't happen, and the first season disappeared from Netflix when the license expired in June, and season 2 will be leaving at the end of December. but the animated series about a young crew learning how to become Starfleet cadets is still a show fans talk about and greatly miss. At the Creation Trek to New Jersey convention last weekend, Kate Mulgrew told fans how she feels about the show's cancellation and her hopes for it had continued, along with some of her thoughts on her adventures as Voyager's captain. She took questions from fans in a fun and lively panel about many of her different projects, both inside and outside of Trek. Someone asked about her work narrating audiobooks by Joe Hill, Stephen King's son, and she neatly segued into her experience recording Admiral Janeway and Hologram Janeway on Prodigy. I love the privacy of the booth, which is why I love doing Prodigy. I love Prodigy, sitting on someone's desk in Netflix on the bubble, on what bubble? On your bubble, because this is genius stuff, Prodigy. Kevin and Dan Hagman created something that's never been seen before, and for an audience made for Star Trek children. I mean, I can see where she's coming from with that, but let me see. That started her down the path of lamenting its cancellation after only 2 seasons. What did they do? They pulled it. I'm really furious about that. When you pour your heart and soul into something and they call it like that in this industry, I don't like it because it doesn't make any sense. The whole world loved Prodigy. Why do they have it in stasis? To what end, when thousands, millions of young minds could be learning what we know and sharing it with their mothers and their mothers with their mothers? The whole thing is just, I suppose, too elegant. The universe is just too elegant that way, I suppose. Mad. Again, I can understand where she's coming from, for sure, but I'll keep going with it. When asked, Mulgrew described what she'd hoped to see in Prodigy's future had it kept going. I would have liked them to have learned the Prime Directive, but in an entirely new and different way. After all, they're all different species on that ship. They're not Star Trek, it's not Starfleet, they're all different. So I think to have learned it in a kind of gentle way over time would have been splendid, which I agree. Mulgrew, always charismatic on stage, told the audience, "I'm very weak today because I'm not allowed to eat today because I'm having a procedure tomorrow. So I'm having a little lightheadedness, and when I get lightheaded, I'm likely to say just about anything," and encouraged them to ask whatever they wanted. So when one fan got to the mic and started with, "How you doing, Kate? How's it hanging?" she replied, "You must have been listening to my conversation with Bill Shatner." I said, "What are you doing next?" He said, "I'm doing Conversations with My Penis on Broadway." I said, "That's funny. I'm doing the vagina monologues." Well, fair. To be honest, I would actually love to catch both of those. I'd love to catch William Shatner doing Conversations with My Penis and Kate Mulgrew doing the vagina monologues. I think that's fucking hilarious. Fans had Voyager-specific questions about everything from the size of the ship's bridge to Janeway's best lines. One audience member brought up the time Janeway spent in a holodeck program with Leonardo da Vinci, played by John Rhys-Davies. She asked if the choice of da Vinci as a holodeck playmate reflected Mulgrew's personal interest and wondered how she felt about the whole idea. Okay, good question. Also, Crit, how you doing? It was heaven, and John Rhys-Davies, are you crazy? First of all, this fantastic actor is playing Leonardo da Vinci, and second, they take my pitch. I went to Rick Berman and Jerry Taylor and Michael Piller and said, who do I want in my holodeck? I want Leonardo da Vinci. I don't want to make out with the guy. I don't want to do I want to learn from this genius, right? So, of course, they contrived this gorgeous holodeck set, and they took us out to the desert one day. They took us out to the desert, and they put us in this flying contraption and lifted us into the air. And I remember thinking, as I held onto his arm, John Rhys-Davies, and he was howling with laughter, I said, I get paid to do this? This is heaven. Again, makes sense. She also mentioned her fondness for another Janeway's holodeck cohorts, Michael Sullivan, the barkeep in Fairhaven holodeck program played by Finton McCune. I like the guy so much in Fairhaven. I mean, I like him so much. What a lovely actor, truly, in every way. She was not a huge fan of the hoop skirt and corset, however, and when a fan asked if the idea of a holodeck Irish town came to her, Mulgrew seemed surprised Ireland came up at all. The Fairhaven thing? Was that Irish? No, but, they probably, because I am Irish, they probably just took it from that. If you want to ensure you can see Prodigy anytime you want in the best possible quality, regardless of licensing shenanigans, you can pick it up in physical media. 20-episode first season is available. Amazon split into two. Volume 1 and Volume 2. Okay, Blu-ray releases for each volume include collectible character. Okay, great. Is there any more? No. All right. So I understand what she's saying, and there are some really, really, really poignant episodes in Star Trek Prodigy. I think the biggest issue is how do I put this? I think the biggest issue with Star Trek Prodigy was that everybody has to be, nowadays, they have to be helicopter parents, right? So if you don't know what a helicopter parent is, it's somebody who hovers over their kids all the time, right? You can't do this because you're going to get hurt. You can't go outside because you're going to get hurt. If it's raining outside, then you're going to catch a cold and then you're going to get hurt, right? You know, I don't want you watching this because it's too violent. I don't want you watching this because it asks questions that I don't think you're ready for. I don't need you listening to the radio, to these radio stations, because I don't like the music that it has on there. I don't want you playing these video games because they're too violent. I don't want you going onto these websites because they ask questions that you aren't ready to, you aren't ready for, or because it's the type of news that's really, really scary. Like, that's a helicopter parent. And if they're not helicopter parents, then they just simply don't care. So it's either one extreme or the other. And I think the problem is that there were some very real moments in Prodigy where these kids had to grow up, and they had to grow up seeing just unfortunately a lot of things that as a kid it's very, very hard to adjust to, right? Like, if you're really, really, I can't say really, really young, but let's say you're like 10, 11 years old, right? And unfortunately, your father dies when you're 10 or 11 years old. You come to a very grown-up realization that the world isn't necessarily nice. And that's a very tough thing for kids to have to deal with. And it's not something that kids should ever have to deal with, but let's face it, it does happen. And I'm not saying that that's a one-to-one example in terms of things that they were doing, but it's in that vein where there were themes that it appealed to maybe kids who were slightly older, say like 12, 13 years old, starting to ask questions, starting to wonder about certain things, whether it be with their body or, liking, people of the opposite sex or same sex or whatever, and kind of wondering who they are. And Star Trek Prodigy didn't shy away from questions. So they tried to do the best to make analogies, and that's all well and fine. But I think you had a lot of helicopter parents who saw what their kids were looking at and went, no, you can't watch this. Absolutely not. You can't do this. This is way overboard and so on, which is really sad, because the problem is that that's what Star Trek is known for. It's meant to ask questions. It's meant to show people certain things in a certain light so that everybody can look at it outside of the box. And it is very, very smart writing, because if you have, let's say, a racism analogy, Star Trek is so far in the future that you're supposed to be able to say and do anything you want, and people are going to be able to look at it objectively, and that's not a bad thing at all. But when you have these helicopter parents that are just poo-pooing it because they don't feel their kids are ready for it, or their kids aren't smart enough, or anything like that, and they'd rather have them just watch stupid shit like South Park. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with South Park, but it's not... South Park typically tries to appeal to the lowest common denominator, whereas Star Trek Prodigy Star Trek The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise, the original series, most of the movies, and so on, are trying to appeal to people in the sense of, we know you are smart. Right? And knowledge is a very dangerous thing. Look at what's going on in the world today. There are a lot of people who are very angry with the way that things are going for one reason or another, and it's because of one of two types of people. Either A, people who are very smart, but also very, very, very full of themselves and don't care about anybody else, or B, people who think they are smarter than everybody else, but really aren't. Knowledge is power. And the problem is when you have a bunch of helicopter parents and they're too afraid to do anything, whether it be disciplining their kids, whether it be answering tough questions, whether it be showing their kids the way that the world really works, and so on. And then you have a show that treats these kids as if, we know you are smart and you can figure out the difference between right and wrong. Those parents aren't ready for that. And then starts the downward spiral, and ratings go down the toilet, and angry moms and dads will sit there and, talk shit about Netflix, and, depending on their political beliefs, can bring politics into it, and so on. And it snowballs, unfortunately. I wonder if Star Trek is also starting to become an almost lost franchise as much as it is a household name. No one knows what to do with it to make it successful in a way to bring it back to a mainstream level. It's not that. The problem is that unfortunately, the people in Hollywood right now who are running the show are fucking stupid. So what is happening is most of the time they're trying to make a Star Trek episode. Well, tell me what a Star Trek episode is, because I can tell you what a Star Trek episode is, but most of the people who are writing Star Trek right now don't. They have no clue what a Star Trek episode is. And the secret is, Star Trek episodes are not Star Trek. So, for instance, and I can name quite a few, but I'll only give you a couple of examples. In The Next Generation, there's an episode called The Measure of a Man, okay, where Starfleet gets this idea that because Data is the only one of his kind out there, it would be better to take him apart and study him and dissect him so that they can make more of him, because he's just so good at what he does. But the problem is that also means that they don't consider him a sentient being. They only consider him a robot. So Picard obviously is against it, and he stands up for Data, but they have to go to court. The Measure of a Man is quite literally a courtroom drama. Okay? There is another episode in Deep Space Nine that is called In the Pale Moonlight. In the Pale Moonlight is all about Captain Sisko and everybody else being in the middle of the Dominion War, and there are certain things that have to be done in terms of lying and in terms of sabotage and everything else, and not doing things the honorable way in order to get done what they need to get done to advance the war and make it better for them. And that's not a Star Trek episode. That is the story about basically a man essentially having to go to great lengths and betraying ideals that he's always held dear to ensure that those ideals actually pan out. So it's a good man goes to war story, right? He gives up everything. He becomes the thing that he hates because unfortunately it's necessitated by how badly things are going. It's a war story. There's another story from Deep Space Nine called, I think it's actually just called, no, it's called The Siege of AR-558, right? very reminiscent of something along All's Quiet on the Western Front or The Red Badge of Courage. Stuff like that. Okay? Again, war stories, courtroom dramas. You can have political dramas. You can have analogies that talk about racism. Another perfect example, Let That Be Your Last Battlefield. The Enterprise, and this is from the original series, the Enterprise encounters two alien beings. They're the last two of their kind. One is white on the right side of his face and black on the left, and the other is opposite. But they're trying to kill one another. Why? Because it's so important to them that one is white, or that the other is white on their, what they deem the correct side. And if they're not, that means that they're different. And they're killing each other over it, and they've killed each other to the point, or their people have killed each other over and over and over to the point where they finally make it back home, and they find out that their world is dead. Nobody is left alive. They are the only two that are left. That is a story about racism, and a story about bigotry, and a story about hatred. That is not what most people would consider a Star Trek episode. That's all well and fine, but what they don't realize is the best episodes in Star Trek are not fire phasers, fight the Gorn on top of Vasquez Rock, deal with the Greek god Apollo, or anything like that. The best Star Trek, when Star Trek is at its best, it has almost nothing to do with phasers and starships and photon torpedoes and beaming people up and the Vulcan nerve pinch and mind melds or anything like that. When it's at its best, it is literally anything but sci-fi. But because it is in a sci-fi setting, it makes it really, really, really fucking good. That's the issue. I feel like they tried already with the J.J. Abrams shit. No, they didn't. They didn't try with the J.J. Abrams shit because, again, my point is that they haven't been trying. Instead, they gave it to an idiot like J.J. Abrams and Alex Kurtzman. And Alex Kurtzman has been blowing J.J. Abrams since before he had gray hair, which is a long time, okay? So they're just as stupid as one another because they don't know what Star Trek is at its core. And instead, they're trying to write Star Trek episodes. So when they go, oh yeah, well, we need a Star Trek episode this week. Oh, okay, sure. Well, what we could do is we could have two ships, and they could sync up with each other, and they could spiral around each other and fire phasers, and it makes this really cool thing happen. And why? Well, why does we need it to happen? Well, because we need a door to open. But the only way that the door can open with is, the combined power of the sun, which just so happens to come from two starships. Okay, fair, but why does the door need to open? Well, the door needs to open because we need two characters to walk through that door to essentially fight an ancient, evil god. Okay, but why is the god evil? Well, because it's already been established in a previous episode that there may be something that is there to fight this evil god, and that evil god doesn't like it, and it's stuck in this other person, and now this other person has to get through this door so that they can fight the evil god. And it's it's so convoluted and contrived and out there that it doesn't make any sense. But that's what they consider Star Trek. And that's the problem, is that they have absolutely no fucking idea what Star Trek is. Star Trek is at its best when it's anything but Star Trek. And they don't realize that. They try to make something big and mainstream with Star Trek with that trilogy, but like I said, they don't know what they're doing. The problem is that, yes, they don't know what they're doing, but also that it's J.J. Abrams. I guarantee if you gave it to anybody other than J.J. Abrams and Alex Kurtzman, they would at least have done their homework, and they would at least have, even when they tried to make it like really, really big budget, with J.J. Abrams in 2009, there were a lot of problems that were going on, and unfortunately Paramount had to go the direction that they did. And they were hoping that it was going to spawn a whole brand new slew of, you know, movies and TV shows and everything else. The problem is J.J. Abrams is a fucking hack. And he runs out of steam very, very quickly. And if you look at literally anything he's done, it's always the same. It starts off really, really strong, and about the halfway point, it really starts to lose the plot, and then by the end, it doesn't matter, and you're fucking bored, and you hate it. And that's kind of the problem, is that that's always been J.J. Abrams. He did it with Felicity. He did it with Alias. He did it with Super 8. He did it with Cloverfield. He did it with literally anything and everything he has ever been associated with. And he's gone on record as saying that. That's the issue, sadly. Star Trek is inherently too in-depth, in my opinion, to really bring it back on such a huge level. But there's cases like Dune that got big while being pretty deep, but I feel it's just rare. No, not at all. Dune is something completely different. Dune has not changed since it came out in the 1960s. It is the same thing over and over again. The difference is that everybody has their own version of what Dune is. So you have the David Lynch version of Dune. You have the Jodorowsky version of Dune. You have the vision of Dune as the Sci-Fi Channel saw it. You have Denis Villeneuve's version of Dune. They're all telling the same story, but from different perspectives. And the reason they can get away with it is because all of those perspectives are written in that book. That's how in-depth Dune is. The problem with Star Trek is people don't understand what makes Star Trek great and what episodes are going to be the best Star Trek episodes. It has nothing to do with Star Trek being too in-depth. It has everything to do with the people who are writing Star Trek being too stupid to understand what Star Trek is. That's the issue. You already have like this hardcore group of people when it comes to Dune that realizes you cannot take the entirety of one book from Dune and make it into a 2.5 or 3 hour movie. And you can't do it with two movies of three that are 3 hours long either. You would need an 18-hour movie in order to fit everything in, and that doesn't make any sense. So they're willing to go along for the ride, knowing that there are things that are automatically going to be left out because you just can't put everything in. It is literally impossible to do that in movie making because there's so much going on and it is so intertwined and there's so much lore that even when reading the book, you have to look up in the glossary just to understand what is going on and how and why and with whom. Okay? Star Trek has never been like that. Star Trek has always been a place where ideas and thoughts and discussions can occur via analogy, whether it be discussing politics, whether it be discussing civil rights or racism or bigotry, or hearkening back to World War II or World War I or the Vietnam conflict or Korea or literally anything. So long as it's an analogy and it's written in such a way where people don't realize what it's broaching on until after they form their opinion of what is right and what is wrong. So again, let that be your last battlefield. It is a story about, it is an analogy about, if we keep killing each other over the color of our skin, we're going to destroy one another. Right? That is the analogy. People don't realize that that's what they are thinking about until after the show ends and until after they've thought about it. So now people's opinions have already been changed because they can look at it from an outsider's perspective. That is what Trek has always been. Always. It has nothing to do with it being too in depth. The problem is that it's gone away from being in depth in terms of analogy. That's the issue. That's unfortunately the issue that we've all been facing with Trek. I just finished watching, what was it, yesterday? Yeah. I finished watching the season 3 finale and of Strange New Worlds, and the best I can say about it is it's okay. Which is better than what most of the season has been. I'm not trying to say the same kind of depth. All I'm saying is that a project like the recent Dune levels was a result of people knowing how to handle something like that in a way it can translate well to a major audience, but no one has been able to with Trek. Right, because the writers are fucking stupid. Again, as I've said multiple times, you have a bunch of writers who are trying to write Star Trek episodes. Their idea of a Star Trek episode is fire a million phasers, go to warp speed, lots of explosions, people getting blown up, people being vaporized. But they don't understand what Star Trek has always been about. Yes, you do have Monsters of the Week every once in a while. Yes, you do have filler episodes. There's nothing wrong with those. But they fail to realize that when Trek is at its best is when it's not trying to be Star Trek. That's the issue. And these people are also trying to cater to the lowest common denominator and make Star Trek for everyone. Star Trek has never been for everyone. Star Trek has always been catering to people who are smart because they are trying to treat the audience like they are smart. And that was the whole point. Alex Kurtzman has no fucking clue what he's doing. Absolutely no clue. And every single time he comes up with a new series, Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Picard, Star Trek Lower Decks wasn't his, so I can't say that about Lower Decks. But Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Picard Seasons 1 and 2, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, hell, even Star Trek Prodigy for a little while, they were all under Kurtzman's umbrella. And he was doing nothing but catering to the lowest common denominator and treating everybody like they were fucking stupid. Because he himself is insanely stupid. Star Trek has never been about treating people like they are stupid. It's always been about treating people like they are smart and that they can figure out what's going on. You don't have that kind of writing anymore. You just don't. And that's the biggest issue. Now, when it comes to Dune, the reason why it came out the way that it did is because you have people like Denis Villeneuve, who is a massive, massive, massive fan of Dune and also understands what Dune is. So he's not going to go into it trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator. He is going to treat people like you are smart enough to understand this and figure it out. And I'm going to make the movie as faithfully as I can with the resources that I have to fit everything in there to tell a cohesive narrative and you get as full of an experience as you can out of my Dune movies. And that's how he goes into it. And he did that with Blade Runner 2049, and he did that with Sicario, and he did that with Arrival. Denis Villeneuve is one of those rarities now where he treats the audience like they are smart. Alex Kurtzman, J.J. Abrams, and everybody associated with them do not. They do the complete opposite. So the reason why Star Trek, although yes, it is a household name, isn't necessarily as mainstream as they'd like it, is because nobody understands what Star Trek is. Nobody that is holding the reins to the franchise has any fucking idea what Star Trek is anymore. They have zero clue. And unfortunately, we have to ride it out like a really bad storm. We just do, and that sucks. Because these are the same people that 7 years ago told us, if you don't like Star Trek Discovery, that's because you're racist and or sexist. Same people. And then when ratings just started going down across the board when it came to Star Trek Discovery, they realized, oh shit, maybe it's not them, it's us. And they had to backtrack and try and write themselves out of a corner because people were really pissed as to how everything was going because everybody was being treated like a fucking idiot. Right? So then they went, okay, well, let's take the crew and the ship and we're going to transport them 900 years into the future so that nobody can bitch anymore. Absolutely nobody can bitch. And people didn't like that either. There's a lot of things that he can take and a lot of elements that were good about Star Trek Discovery. But it doesn't matter how many fucking good elements you have. Like, it'd be like taking sprinkles for ice cream, right? Everybody loves those little, the jimmies, right? Or the sprinkles, whatever the fuck you want to call them. Everybody loves chocolate chips. Everybody loves all that stuff. You can put all that stuff on top, and that's fine. But if you're putting it on top of a mountain of diarrhea, it's not going to change the fact that diarrhea sucks to eat. Nobody wants to eat diarrhea with sprinkles and chocolate chips all over it. They want to eat ice cream with sprinkles and chocolate chips all over it. So there were some really good elements, yes. But unfortunately, those good elements were lumped into a massive pile of shit. And they didn't realize it till too late. Same thing with Picard seasons 1 and 2, until Terry Matalas took over for season 3. Right? That's unfortunate, but that's how it was. Isn't who doing James Bond now? The Dune guy, Denis Villeneuve? I think he was asked. I don't think I don't know if he's doing it. Who is directing the new James Bond movie? Oh, it is Denis Villeneuve. Okay, fair. So I think it'll be pretty good. But here's another thing to remember. Kate Mulgrew is still furious about the cancellation of Star Trek Prodigy and says it doesn't make any sense. I agree with her. But unfortunately, the reason why it doesn't make any sense to her is because she's a very, very, very smart person. She took the job of Captain Janeway specifically for two reasons. One, she needed a job. And two, because she's always been about the sciences and she wanted to be somebody that girls could look up to and become smart women. And those women could become scientists and they could become mathematicians. And she wanted to be able to give girls all over the world, and hell, even young women all over the world, the chance to see a woman not only in command, but a woman who was very smart and was more than just tits and ass. And she did a fantastic job. She did an absolutely fantastic job. And Kate Mulgrew is insanely well read, and she is very, very, very smart. So does it make any sense to her? No. But the reason it doesn't make any sense to her is because she is smart. And unfortunately, the people who are holding the reins right now when it comes to Star Trek are not smart. They just aren't. That's the issue. People aren't willing to go the extra mile. People are getting way too fucking lazy. I'm still of the opinion 10 episodes per season is fucking stupid. I don't care whether it's for Star Trek or Fallout or the god-awful Halo TV series or anything else that is done for streaming. I think it's way too little. If they want to do 14, 15 episodes, I think that would be a good medium between 26 episode seasons and 10 episode seasons. They want to do 14, 15 episodes, I think that's fine. And I don't think that's bad. Because then you can bring in stories and concepts and you can let them breathe and give people time to digest what the hell is going on, instead of rushing through everything as fast as you possibly can and then trying to wrap it all up in a season finale that is only at best an hour long, and then none of it makes any sense and it feels incredibly rushed and everything feels really fucking hokey. People are lazy. Instead of focusing on what they need to focus on, they go, oh, well, I mean, hey, if we stack the cast with like really famous people and really, really good actors, it doesn't matter how bad the writing is. Everybody's just going to focus on, oh, look, it's Sonequa Martin Green. She's fantastic. I love her. Okay, fair. And also, you know what? I like Sonequa Martin Green too. I think she's absolutely amazing. But I think her portrayal of Michael Burnham, unfortunately, is shit. And it's not her fault. She did the best she could with what she had. But the writers can't write. And they try to cram everything into 10 episode seasons. And that's really hard to do when you have an ensemble cast of 18 people. And each character has to have their own personal little storyline, and they have to have a background, and you have to know their name, and they have to have a history, and they have to have aspirations, and they have to have interpersonal conflicts. That's too many fucking people to worry about. Way too many people to worry about. But that's what they're doing. And no wonder it flops, and flops hard. Because again, they're trying to cram 30 pounds of shit into a 2.5 pound bag, and it doesn't work. And it just becomes a mess. And they're trying to cater to everyone. And when you try to cater to everyone, you end up making something for no one. And that's the problem. They go, let's dumb it down. Let's do 18 fucking characters in one show. Let's make it 10 episode seasons. And let's give everybody all the time and everything that they need and so on. And let's have a shit ton of action. And let's bring in all these member berries that everybody's going to want because, you know, it's Star Trek. And let's do this. And let's do that. And by the time they're done and they shoehorn everything in that they can, you look at the finished product and you're just like, this sucks. This is fucking awful. And you can see it. You see it in Star Trek Discovery. You see it in Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2. Unfortunately, you also see it, and as much as I like Strange New Worlds is suffering because of it. Because of the same shit that they did previously. You saw it at the start of Star Trek Prodigy, and then when it started changing hands and everything else, it got better, and then they canceled it. Why? Because people are too stupid and too afraid to answer real questions anymore, or to even think about real questions. And they just go, no, it's too dark for my kid. No, it's too serious. No, I don't want to, I don't want to expose them to that just yet. Meanwhile, in the 1960s, they were doing that all over the place with the original series. And the parents and the kids both loved it for everything that they did. And then they did it again with all the movies. And then they did it again with Next Generation, and then they did it again with Deep Space Nine, and they did it again with Voyager, and they did it again with Enterprise. The reason why people didn't like Star Trek Nemesis wasn't because Data died. It had nothing to do with the fact that Data died. It had everything to do with the fact that people felt robbed because there was a shift in management, and they started going down the same exact road that later on, 7 years later, J.J. Abrams would go and Alex Kurtzman would go. So it's not that Star Trek Nemesis is bad because, oh, it's a clone of Picard and he's dangerous and Data dies. People would have been perfectly fine with Data dying had it not just been over fucking nothing. That's the truth. Right? People wouldn't have a problem with Star Trek Generations if they actually treated it like a movie that honors everything that came before it. But that's not what happens. And instead, you have Harve Bennett telling William Shatner, bye-bye, go fuck yourself. Kirk's dead. No one cares anymore. Instead, you have, oh yeah, no, the Enterprise D on the big screen. Yeah, people will love that. But unfortunately, we're not going to be using it anymore because the Enterprise D is a model and we're switching over to CGI and it's too expensive to shoot a model and so on. So we're just going to destroy the fucking thing. That's what we're going to do. Or, hey, we're going to have Picard sit here and have, like, this whole melodrama thing play out because his family died in a fire. Okay, fair enough. But that should, at best, be a B plot. At best. And then all of a sudden you have, well, we need a bad guy. Okay, well, let's bring in Malcolm McDowell. Malcolm McDowell plays fantastic bad guys, by the way, in a lot of different movies. So they went, well, let's bring in Malcolm McDowell. He can be the bad guy. Well, okay, cool, but you're trying to make an action Star Trek movie and it's not really working. And Malcolm McDowell has never been action Star Trek movie guy. He's been cerebral bad guy. He's never been action bad guy. Right? So now they need another set of villains to help back him up. And they go, well, let's see. What was the greatest villains in Star Trek so far? I know, the Borg. And they go, well, no, maybe we could do the Borg after this movie. Like, if this movie does good enough, we can do the Borg after. Okay, well, we can't do the Borg. How about the Romulans? Well, same problem, is that all the Romulan ships are models, so we can't do those. Okay, well, what else do we have going on? Well, we've got Deep Space Nine going on, and we wouldn't really have to film much of anything, because anything that needs to be done that's new in terms of scenes, we can do it with CGI, because we already do it with the Klingon Bird of Prey in Deep Space Nine. And we can just recycle stuff from Star Trek 6 in terms of the bird of prey blowing up and everything else. Okay, sounds good. But who do we have as the villain? Oh, wait, shit, I know. You remember those two girls, those two women that looked really, really great in Klingon outfits because they had big tits and they had the boob window? Yeah, the Duras sisters? Yeah, them. They could be it. Well, why them? Well, because, I mean, you know, tits. And because we haven't seen them in a bit. Okay. That's why people don't like Star Trek Generations. That's why people don't like Star Trek Nemesis. Because it's not really Star Trek. And it sucks. And unfortunately, it's been the way that it's been going for a while. And that it's a shame. It is a shame. Because Star Trek used to be about a whole hell of a lot more. It really, really has. And unfortunately, the people just have no fucking idea what makes it good anymore. They really, really don't. Even the people who fucked up on the older stuff, Star Trek Generations, Star Trek Nemesis, Star Trek Enterprise, hell, even people from Star Trek Voyager who were making those shows and movies. All of those people have come out within the last few years and said, yeah, we absolutely fucked up with this. We could have done a hell of a lot better. We should have done a hell of a lot better. It probably would have given us more seasons. It probably would have made things a lot better. People would have enjoyed it more. But they didn't. Whether it be because the higher-ups who hired them were saying, no, you need to push this out the door. We don't care what condition it's in. You need to finish it. It needs to be done. Or because they said, no, because why would you do that? Sex is what sells, so fuck it. Let's get Jerry Ryan. Let's pour her into a fucking cat suit. Now she looks like she's got fucking triple D's. And them puppies look real fucking good. That's the shit that they do. And it sucks. It really, really sucks. And I hate to see it. I really hate to see it. My favorite Star Trek shows are Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. Honorable mention to the original series, but my two favorites are Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. My favorite Star Trek movies are the motion picture, The Wrath of Khan, The Voyage Home, which is Star Trek 4, the one with the whales, The Undiscovered Country, which is Star Trek 6, and Star Trek First Contact. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So out of the original 10, I really, really, really enjoy half of them. The other half is okay to crap. And then you have the reboot movies, which are just fucking terrible. They just are. They, you know, it is what it is. And it sucks, but I'm hoping, especially now that Skydance has merged. I don't know if they merged so much as they bought them out, but it's now Paramount Skydance. I'm really, really, really hoping that we're going to get more smart Trek. Which is a really, really sad thing to say, because Trek has always, up until recently, and by recently I mean like the last 17 years, it's always been smart. Now it's dumb, and that's the problem. Perfect example, right? I'll do this. New Star Trek games, 2025, right? So you have Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown, so I'll bring that up. Ooh. No, I don't want that one. I want the official. Yeah, it's IGN. That'll work. And then I will bring up, what's it called? Star Trek Infection. That's the other one. Okay, here's the official trailer for that. So, this is Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown. So the way that Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown has been described is you get to determine how, quite literally, the entire series of Star Trek Voyager goes. Which is actually kind of cool if you think about it, right? It's actually really, really cool if you think about it. You get to determine how it goes, which means that they're treating you as being somebody that is smart, right? Because you have to deal with all the systems and subsystems and decks and divert power and like all this other stuff, and, you know, maybe send people out on away missions via the shuttlecraft or through the transporter room and manage different things and so on. And essentially think of it like Sim Tower, like Sim Tower, or like the Fallout one that they did like this, but with Star Trek. So it is a lot more complicated, and it is a thinking person's game, right? Now, look at this.
There is a dangerous individual aboard. I have to stop him first.
If you give in to your emotions, the mutation will progress more rapidly. You'll forget who you are.
My cognitive functions are affected by the infection. Logic dictates that every problem has a rational solution.
You lie, and you hate, and now you're alone.
It says it's the first narrative survival set in the Star Trek universe. They call it a narrative survival. What it really is a horror game. It is a dumb schlock horror game. And they're putting things in. Let me see if I can find it really, really, really quick. They're putting elements in, such as the Vulcan nerve pinch. Okay, well, that's kind of cool. Or things in, such as the Vulcan mind meld. Again, is it necessarily the worst thing in the world? No. But they're using it as a gimmick. That's what they're doing. They're using this stuff as a gimmick so that it fits within the Star Trek universe But everything about this trailer screams dumb horror game. So you can clearly see the difference between the two. One is treating you as if you're smart. The other one is treating you as if you're fucking stupid. So there's no reason for it to be a Star Trek game. None. There's zero reason for it to be a Star Trek game. This could be literally another horror game in another franchise and it wouldn't matter. Is it VR only? Yes. Yeah, it's only VR. As far as I know, it's only VR. Yeah, Meta and Steam VR. Whatever happened to the Batman VR game? I have no idea. No clue. Spectre, I have something for you, by the way. And we're probably going to call it after this anyway. I have something you're going to want to see. Are you ready? December 4th. So there you have it. There's your new Metroid. A little later than I expected. Well, yeah, but given all the dumb shit that they're planning on doing, if I could get it for you, would you be down to play the OG Metroid Prime? What system did it come out on? GameCube? Well, they do have it remastered. That was 2 years ago. I don't know. I don't know. It's I mean it's not insulting or anything like that, that's for sure. It's definitely not insulting in any way. Let me see. I don't know. Something to think about for sure. Thank you for reminding me to finish my hard mode run too. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look like it's anything insulting. I mean, I know a lot of people like the Metroid Prime series, so I'm not, like, necessarily opposed to it. And it's not like I'd have to deal with all the horse shit that you had originally with all the Metroid games. And believe me, there was a ton of horse shit in those games. Ton of horse shit in the original stuff. But yeah, something to think about. Which ones? The original ones. Like the original Metroid. There was a ton of really dumb shit. Absolute fuck ton of really, really dumb stuff that they would do. Like, well, I'll show you. I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
This episode of...
But he breaks it down pretty good.
Have always been testing new tools and methods as they continued to survey our geography. When creating the early nautical charts, sailors would estimate their position by tracking their speed, distance, and time traveled using compasses and celestial quadrants of the night sky. This was the primordial age of navigation. Just like Metroid on the NES, a labyrinth-style game with no map. Yes, in 1986, video games were in their own primitive navigational stage. Nowadays, just about any game would have some kind of built-in map system, but not here. When you explore the caverns of the alien planet, you really have to explore it, the way an ancient surveyor would. This game wasn't here to pamper your ass. Aside from a vague and useless map in the instruction manual, you were on your own. So, find a pen and paper and get to work. And sure, later they added the map in the Game Boy Advance remake, Metroid Zero Mission, but I'm talking the original version. It was all up to you as you take control of the character Metroid as he explores the planet. Yeah, okay, nowadays it's common knowledge that it's Samus, one of the all-time great female protagonists in gaming, and one of the greatest protagonists of all. But when this game first came out, she was more of a mysterious character like Boba Fett. Her identity was kept hidden until the very end when she first unmasks. This was a pretty cool reveal for the time. Oddly, the manual refers to Samus as a he in both the Japanese and English versions. Whether the misgendering was by accident or an intentional ploy, we may never know. This game was a big deal to me at the time, and I even still have the footage to prove it.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, that was back when I was little nerd, before I graduated with a degree in garbage. It was a less jaded era. You could play a game without much need for criticism. I mean, come on, it's Metroid. It's one of the original Nintendo classics. It was groundbreaking in a sense that it offered a non-linear world to explore as you fight treasure trolls and armored turds while hopping across eyeballs and floating gumdrops. There is an innate satisfaction in upgrading your weapon and abilities so you can go back to areas which were previously inaccessible. It had a claustrophobic and isolating feel inspired by Ridley Scott's Alien.
Oops.
And the music
Hang on.
is some of the best of the NES.
There we go.
To the haunted Troy. Yeah, that's right. It's time to show my face so you can see the sincerity in my eyes. You know you can trust a guy with pens in his pocket when I tell you that this game is a frustrating piss storm of fuck! I'll start with the most minor issues. First, you can't save your progress. Instead, there's a password system, which was common at the time, so I don't blame them. And I know the Famicom disc version had a save feature, but I'm talking the Western release, which is the one I had. These passwords suck ass. But keep in mind, back in the day, you had to write them down. So you better have had really good handwriting and were able to distinguish clearly between upper and lowercase letters and numbers. Some of them, like G and L, look like they're in cursive. I'll show you some cursive. Fuck, 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 fuck! When you're low on energy, it beeps at you. Don't you just hate that shit? Nobody wants that. Yeah, I'm low on energy. Thanks for telling me. It's like when the fridge beeps to let you know the door is open. Like, yeah, I'm putting groceries away. Or when the microwave beeps when your food is done. But this is worse. It's not just any beep. It's a specifically irritating beep like a smoke detector on low battery. Ugh, make it stop. It wouldn't be so bad if it beeped just once or twice, but it doesn't let up. It's infinite. You can't play under that distraction, so it becomes an emergency to find some energy as quickly as possible. You end up playing recklessly, but it's best to just die on purpose so you don't have to hear that shit. It's hard to hit enemies that are low to the ground. Sure, you can roll into a ball and bomb, but there's no crouching shot. So if you're stuck behind a slow-moving enemy, it's like being stuck behind a cat. You know how cats like to get in front of you with their tails straight up in the air? Those little fuckers. When you go through doors, there's a good chance an enemy is waiting, and they're impossible to avoid. I mean, look at that. That is fucking broken right there. Sometimes they can even hit you on the other side. You gotta be kidding me. Sometimes they even bully you back through the door, so it's just so you can take even more hits. Don't you just love when you step into a room and you're dead on arrival? This is one of those cryptic where the fuck do you go type of games. You always have to blast through a wall, or shoot up through a ceiling, or drop through a floor and go underneath a pool of lava or quicksand, or which would otherwise kill you. I wouldn't mind it if these were secret areas to find some extra power-ups, you know, a bonus. But these are required paths. Your only way to progress is to take one shitty guess after another. It doesn't even feel like you're supposed to access these areas. Seeing the underside of the fire-breathing seahorse is just plain weird. Like I'm not even supposed to be here. Oh, and for the record, if you say that's what Nintendo Power was for, well, there was no Nintendo Power. The power wasn't turned on yet. The item upgrades are cool, the morph ball, the high jump boots, the screw attack, but the weapons are another story. You go from the regular beam, to the long beam, to the ice beam, which has its advantages. You can freeze enemies and use them as platforms, but when you're trying to kill shit with it, it's slow as ass. Then you get the wave beam, which is the strongest, however it's unreliable at breaking blocks. Come on! Soon enough, you have to get the ice beam again, because the only way to destroy the Metroids in the final area is by freezing them, then using missiles. It sucks how you have to get rid of your wave beam. Instead of overwriting the previous weapon, you should have been able to switch weapons on the fly. I mean, sure, the select button is already being used to switch from your beam to missiles, but a simple menu of some kind would have done the trick. Now, let's talk about this game's most fatal flaw. Every time you die or load your game with a password, you respawn with only 30 health or energy. If you want to know how little that is, allow me to explain. When you start out, the maximum is 99, but along the way you find energy tanks which increase your capacity by 100 each. You can carry up to 6 energy tanks in total, which technically brings your maximum health to 699. So by the time you get that far, you do not want to die. Respawning with only 30 is a fucking insult. You can gradually get your energy back by collecting these little orbs which replenish 5 energy points each. But farming for these things is an excruciating irritatingly slow process due to how unpredictable they show up and the damage you take along the way, which neutralizes it all. You would think there would be a simple energy charge station or some area to refill your health. You know, like the Heart Fairy in Nintendo's very own Zelda, which was released prior to Metroid that same year, and even had a map and a save system, by the way. In Metroid, it's like, fuck you, you're shit out of luck. There are no energy recharges anywhere. However, anytime you collect an energy tank, it will fill your energy to max, but that's only a one-time deal. So once you've already collected those tanks, your only option is to keep grinding for those fucking orbs. You want to know how long this takes? Take into consideration, anytime you get hit, you lose more energy than a single orb. So you can't just mindlessly sit there and tap the button. No, you gotta pay attention that you're not taking damage. Even when you get into a solid rhythm, the enemies only give energy at complete random. And every now and then, they stop giving energy entirely. How am I supposed to farm when the harvest has gone to shit? I tried the bomb method, the screw attack. I've tried running out the door and back again, hoping it would reset, but they only give you orbs when they feel like it. When all's said and done, the time it takes to refill all 6 energy tanks is 30 minutes. 30 fucking minutes. And I'm not even talking about refilling missiles. This is what you call broken. It is a broken-ass, ball-busting bitch fucker of a game. Oh, good. Energy tank. I need that. What the fuck? Oh, that's a cheap shot. All right, got the missile. Oh my god, I can't believe they did that to me again. You fucking pieces of shit. Okay. All right. Okay, do not. Oh, I'm not even gonna try to get out of there. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Okay. Okay. No. Oh no, 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 no. Out of there. Get out of there. Oh god. I can't jump up. No, 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 no. I gotta make it. Just freeze one of the dudes and jump on him. Come on, like. No, you gotta be kidding me. Now you see what I'm talking about. And I haven't even talked about the bosses yet. Thankfully, there's only 2 of these fuck nuggets, unless you count Mother Brain. The first is Kraid, who's short and unassuming, but it's like messing with a porcupine. You just don't want to go near. They went overboard with these projectiles. There's hardly a damn thing you can do about it. But the secret here is that when your energy gets low, there's a hidden energy tank in the wall. This is a godsend. Except for the fact that you're most definitely going to fall in the quicksand. And if there is any method to getting out of this shit, this would be the time for me to figure it out. But instead, I'll just keep tapping the button in a mad panic like I always do. Oh, come on. If I lose all my energy again after getting the tank, this is straight up embarrassing. Oh, thank God I'm back out. Okay, so I beat Kraid. And next up is Ridley. Come on. Come on. Oh, no, 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 no. Get up there. Get up there. Oh, try the other side. Here we go. Get up there. Get up there. Oh, I found a safe spot. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is the spot right here. Here we go. Come on. Yeah. All right. I beat Ridley. I'm almost dead. All right. I know there's an energy tank in the next room. Oh, fuck. That's a fucking cheap shot. 2. I have 2 left. All I gotta do is screw attack over there. Screw attack. No. Why did it work? It didn't work. Oh. After you've beaten both Kraid and Ridley, you gain access to the final area. Here you face the Metroids, and as I already mentioned, you have to freeze them and then blast them with missiles.
So, and this is just the first game. There's also one for the Game Boy. There's the one for the NES, the Super NES rather, and there's all different shit, and they don't get any easier. So yeah, what I am gonna do though, because it is time for me to head out, is I am gonna give you the link to this so you guys can watch it, because it is actually funny and it's really well done. But that's gonna be it for me for tonight. I do want to thank everybody for hanging out. We had Spectre, we had True, we had Corgi, we had Aelin. Aelin was here for a little bit. We had Core, we had Spoiled, we had a bunch of awesome people. We really, really did. Tomorrow, birthday stream. No idea what we're going to be doing, but it will be a birthday stream. So, until I see you guys then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty. And, of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you later on today for a birthday stream. Thanks so much, everybody, and thank you, Spectre. Really appreciate it. And I will, I'm out for now, and I'll see you then. Thanks so much. Have a good night. Take care. Bye, guys.